Interesting. Interesting. Ooh, West of England in 5 minutes. All right, I'll just keep this up, but manorial system, economic self-sufficiency and defense. Yep, serfs spent their lives. Yeah, they were tied to the land. They could not travel without permission. And I think they also had something with, like, they would be released in a couple years or something. Oh, never mind. They paid tribute. I think that was. I know indentured servitude. It's just. Maybe I'm mixing up the two. I'm not sure. Yep, three field system. Like, one planted with one planted with another, one planted with another. So it kind of like rotated. One with wheat or rye, two with legumes, third with like unused. Windmill. More powerful. One second, I need to deactivate. I'll be back. It's just something's popping up. It says I need to change the video resolution for a second. This thing, I'm removing video capture device. If this still doesn't work, I'm gonna crash out. Dog. Looks good. Yeah, I couldn't change the resolution. Anyways, of a real, yeah. Ah, States General. Yep. Didn't I think Louis the what is it? 14th. He, I know, I forgot the name of it. I think 13th or 14th. He basically made the Estates General like go into the palace of Versailles and live there. Body to advise the king. Oh, okay, yeah. Clergy, nobility, and commoners. Third estate, commoners, French Revolution. That's later. National taxes. Yep. Little power. Ah, Holy Roman Empire. Crowned Holy Roman Emperor. When is the investiture controversy? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's the secular, non-secular dispute. Secular. This is low-key, you don't even need to know much of Unit 1. If I'm tired, I'll just sleep till like 4:30ish. Oh, House of Lords. William the Conqueror, Magna Carta. Yep. Taylor Dynasty, feudal system. 100 Years' War. Yep. Yep. Gunpowder weapons. That's like practically all of Unit 2. Unit 2 and 3. Normans also conquered Sicily. Yeah, Normans were the, what was it, the UK people. Hey, UK. British. Filthy Brits. Reconquista. Yep, Orthodox Church, Greece to Russia, Kievan Rus. That's a big one, Kievan Rus. Especially, I think, in the earlier units. I forgot which one, but yeah, in the earlier units. Bro, how is this highlighter so cheeks? Let me find my other one. Whoa! West of England gone to labor. Oh wow. So maybe the hopium was fake after all. Ooh, Doncaster as well. Wow. Where is that highlighter? Like, genuinely. I just had it in my pocket this whole time. What the hell? Anyways, let's get back to work. Yeah, church held great power in the feudal system. Pressure. Yep, same economic functions. I don't think a lot of this isn't even tested. Should I just go to Unit 3? Okay, I already have a lot of Unit 2 highlighted, so... Oh, shoot. Oh, wow. That's a long one. Anyways. Maybe I shouldn't be on tour. Whoa. Maybe I shouldn't be on tour right now. It's already 12:01. Dang. Ah, Heimler's in a couple days. Primogeniture laws, like it has to be eldest son, yeah. Yep. Holy Land, Palestine, Crusades. The Jews. Crusades, yeah, because the Christians wanted to control a lot of it. Yep. Oh my god. Reach heaven sooner if they joined a crusade. Holy bribery. I believe the Mamluks helped too, yeah. Conquered Jerusalem. Marco Polo. I think he described like the hand washing was unique. Like how they structured their empire was very unique as well. How many siege do the Tories have? Oh, wow. This is a reform landslide. I'll just turn on some special election stuff.
Performing on the biggest stage in the world was just one step in my journey. Hi, I'm Ronnie, and I did
A totally different policy here to your government.
No, what I've done is when a government's made a decision where I believe it's wrong for Doncaster, I've stepped in and ensured that we've kept people warm during the winter. And I've already signed the officer decision record for next year for them to get the heating allowance, those that qualify.
Okay. Can I just say, it looked like a real moment of relief for you and your activists. Was it a really tense night for you?
Look, I walked around, you'll have seen me walking around.
I did, pacing a little bit.
I don't think I was pacing, I was walking and looking and seeing what was happening. I've got a lot of my life invested in Doncaster. I was born here. I will drive this forward, and therefore, of course, I wanted to get over the line to actually take our borough forward.
Means a lot to you.
It does.
And I know you've got to go. It's actually morning now, and in a few hours you've got to go and take your granddaughter.
I have to school.
Back to real life. Thank you for speaking to us, Ross Jones, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Got the handshake there of the elected mayor that I wasn't expecting. Unsolicited handshake, but welcome anyway. So there you go. It's all over here in Doncaster. It was in the end quite close, a 700 majority for Labour. Reform have come from nowhere here. Make no mistake about it, this is a big success for them, even though they didn't in the end take this mayoralty. Sighs of relief from the Labour Party. The Conservative vote really held up here as well. That is something interesting to take away from this count. And of course, there are the council elections that are still to come. That result will come in tomorrow. Still really difficult territory for Labour. Reform could take a lot of the council seats. They could even still lose control of the council. So they are not out of jeopardy here, but they are certainly pleased with this result.
OK, Liz, thank you very much. The breaking news, Labour hold on to Doncaster, fourth term as mayor for Ross Jones. Thanks for that. Breathing a sigh of relief there are Labour, but nobody's breathing a sigh of relief in Widnes, where a recount is underway in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Our chief political correspondent, as you can see, John Craig, is there. Yeah, far from relief, but I should have thought a lot of drama and quite a lot of stress.
All those things, yes. We've had a night of drama and mayhem here at times, and confusion. And what's happening now is they are counting the votes again. And the reason for that is because it's incredibly close. There's just a few votes in it. Now, I can tell you that we understand that first time round, Labour were ahead by 10 votes. Yes, 10. And then they counted again. Then Reform were ahead by 4. Obviously, Labour have challenged that, and so we're still counting. Nigel Farage is claiming victory. He has tweeted, Reform UK have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election by 4 votes. Labour have demanded a recount. We are very confident we have won. We were expecting to see Mr Farage, along with the Reform UK candidate, Sarah Pochin, earlier on this evening. There was talk of him arriving here and waiting outside, but that he didn't come in. That was denied. He wasn't waiting outside. We were reassured. We haven't seen Mr Farage. Whether he will come in here if and when we have a declaration, let's wait and see. But there's not much. There's plenty of Labour Party people. There's the tense expressions. There's a few. I can see a few Labour scrutineers there holding their chins like that. They're so tense at this recount. Meanwhile, can't see any Reform people at the moment. They clearly believe they've won, and that this will be the final recount. But it's been a roller coaster of a night, because early on the Reform thought they'd won perhaps by a few hundred, or under 1,000 certainly. Mr Farage did, in fairness, say it was going to be really, really close. Then there was confidence of Reform people for a few hours. Then there seemed to be a Labour gaining in confidence, and a bit of a wobble in morale amongst the Reform people. And clearly at the time we noticed the piles there, the Reform ones and the Labour ones were virtually identical, and that's why it's so close. And so we're going through it all again. You can see perhaps the people behind counting again. You can see piles of ballot papers there. Many of them have been counted 2 or 3 times. And here we are, nearly 5:15. We still don't have a result. perhaps we'll get one by about 6 a.m. There is, if it stays at 4, the majority, well, that will be the closest, I believe, in any by-election. There was a majority of 3 in an election in Wales, in Carnarvon in 1974, February. That was the general election, but we've never had a by-election this close. People have been saying to me, what if there's a tie? Well, in local government, they draw lots. Will that happen here? There will surely come a point when the returning officer, Council Officer Stephen Young, will say, enough, no more recounts. If there is still dispute, it's possible we might adjourn and come back later today. But I would have thought most people here would hope this is the last recount and we will have a result, hopefully, before your programme finishes at 6, Jonathan, but I wouldn't bank on it. I mean, I mentioned earlier on, I remember Hartlepool, it was 7:10 in the morning. I don't know if it's light outside, because I've not been outside, but it could well be soon. And I remember Robert Jenrick's by-election in Newark in 2014. It was light when we emerged from that one as well. That was a late one. So I think whether or not the dawn has come up yet, Tony Blair famously said in 1997, a new dawn has broken, has it not? Well, it may have broken outside, but it certainly hasn't broken in here, because we're still counting and there's no sign of a result in the next, well, half hour. I mean, I think, to be honest, we're going to be lucky to get a result by 6 a.m. the way things are going.
Yeah, John, I'm keeping my fingers crossed as well, but I think a bit like you, I'm not particularly hopeful. But thank you very much for the moment. Let's bring in our panellists, Aisha Hazarika and Graham Brady. I mean, Graham, this is a real turn of events, isn't it? First of all, we have 3 Labour victories in those mayoral elections, and now this recount, a night of drama.
Yeah. Although those mayoral elections, Labour run very tight by reform, and their vote numbers massively reduced. Also in Doncaster, a really creditable result for Nick Fletcher, proving the Conservative vote holding up remarkably well in a place where we aren't traditionally strong, where we have a very good candidate who's got a proven record of public service. So he did very well. One other thing I was just going to say, because Sam neglected to mention it on the by-election, local government by-elections, was a Conservative gain from Labour in Banbury. So you've got Labour.
3 years, 3 cities, for an experience like you've never had before. You want it all, going to...
Thinking about from when we first came on air, I mean, I was really nervous about these mayoralties, and I think it's really impressive that Labour has held on to North Tyneside, the west of England, and Doncaster, because Reform were absolutely throwing the kitchen sink at these seats. And, you know, Reform is generating so much interest from the media. They're winning the air war. And as we've said, you know, attracted to a lot of people as a protest vote against the mainstream parties and against the new Labour government. So I think it's really impressive that Labour has held onto these 3 seats. I think it's a testament to the ground operation of the Labour Party. Whatever you say about the Labour Party, and I'm not saying that the government's done everything right, particularly Morgan McSweeney is a brilliant political brain. He is somebody who knows how to get the party over the line. Yes, maybe not with a huge majority, but he knows how to win elections. So I think Labour is still showing that it's a formidable fighting machine. And I'd like to also pay testament to 3 women. You know, the mayors were always seen as men. It was something that lots of people were saying, where's the gender balance in these mayors? It's great to see 3 great Labour women. Ros, particularly at the end, you know, she is such a respected figure in Doncaster. She's somebody that's been around for a long time. She's dedicated her life there to sort of delivering. So I think with good candidates, with a good ground operation, Labour showing that it can still stay in control. And I know we'll talk about the share of the vote. I'm not saying that's not important. I'm not denying that Reform is coming after Labour. But a win is a win. If we were sitting here and Labour had lost these 3 seats, we'd be sitting here saying this has been a bloodbath for Labour. So I think we've got to be...
A win is a win, but holding on the west of England with 25%.
But still, listen, given that we're talking... But the other thing, Steve, is that if you look at the figures, it does make sense. You know, if we're to look at these fingers being slim, it makes the talk of a pact between Reform and the Tories even greater, because if you combine those numbers...
I fixed the audio. Should this be better?
Basically, you've seen Reform taking the votes from Labour. Maybe not enough for Labour to lose.
Yeah, but still, you could see why...
Yeah, it looks like it is better.
But listen, a win is a win. Given that we're talking about 4 votes in Runcorn, I'll take 4 votes.
I'm sure you will.
You know, I'll take 3 figures, you know what I mean?
Well, Ross Jones winning in, holding on to that seat in Doncaster. There was almost only sort of 700 votes in it. Let's go back to Doncaster, join our political correspondent Liz Bates, who has got the Doncaster chairman of Reform.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Her, I believe.
We do, and look, there's no question this was a nail-biter. The man behind a lot of this campaign from Reform, which has been incredibly successful, whichever way you look at it. Erwin Martin, the chair of Reform... in Doncaster, you have thrown together a campaign here and you almost unseated the Labour mayor who's been in here for over a decade. What do you make of this tonight?
I'm ecstatic, because whichever way you look at it, we're simply normal people, and that's what's making Reform. That's what Reform is. They're normal people.
And people don't feel like Labour are normal people anymore, is that
I think they're detached. The Labour Conservative have been detached from politics for a long time. They don't listen to people. If they listened to people, we wouldn't be in the situation we are where we have governments that really have gone out, have won on a minority rather than a majority. And people now are in this situation where they're looking around and they're saying, if we don't stand up, if we don't do something, nothing is ever going to change. Yes, that change is going to come, and it will come in the shape of reform, because by nature, reform will bring reform. And I think now people are waking up. I've seen it over the course of this election. What I have noticed, the number of people that had actually said to me they had never voted and were now going out to vote for reform. I had a call from a gentleman the other day who said to me, I haven't voted in 11 years, but guess what? I'm going out to vote. So we are achieving things, and we are making a difference, and we will make a difference. Tomorrow is another day entirely.
Well, let's talk about tomorrow, because this is a Labour-dominated council. They have a big majority here. You've got 11
Conservative 2, I think.
as well. What are your expectations?
I'm hopeful, more than hopeful.
I
believe that we stand a very strong possibility of doing that. We work very hard, and what people kind of forget...
Yeah, I'm not doing comparison.
We only started 7 months ago, and we started without a database, without any money. It's come from the grassroots up, and we are doing
Unit 2 now.
Job, and I believe that
I'm only like 11% of the way there, and I thought I'd do this by today.
We are giving hope to the people of Doncaster.
4:30.
But the good thing is,
speaking of that,
the airport, so they're all going to be happy.
Speaking of that, let me set my alarm for 4:30. Actually,
tomorrow, a bit of a decision depending on the numbers in the council. Could you go into coalition with the Conservatives? You might be the man that has to make that decision.
I think
on the ground. What's your thoughts on that?
The reality is that if you want to do things, you have to work with everybody. It doesn't really matter who they are. You have to work with them. And the whole idea of the people that are stood up to be councillors is they all want the same thing: a better Doncaster, a safer Doncaster, a cleaner Doncaster, and a more prosperous Doncaster.
And if it means getting that, then you'll work with the Tories?
I will work with anybody, because the reality is that's what you have to do to give the people of Doncaster what they want. And they want something that hasn't been given to them. We've had the same government for way, way too long. They came very close.
Okay. And Nigel Farage, your leader, he gets a lot of attention, good and bad. He's been travelling over to the States a lot, having fights with people like Elon Musk, fighting with people in his own party, Rupert Lowe. Is he a help or a hindrance?
To me, he is a help, obviously. He's a very charismatic person.
Do you know him?
I've met him 4 times, so I don't know him. So I can't really tell you more than what I see. But I see a gentleman that's honest. He says what he thinks, and even that is something new in British politics. People don't say what they think anymore, and maybe that's what we should start doing.
Is this a moment in Doncaster that is just the beginning of a big change in British politics?
Most definitely. Most people that spoke to me earlier on.
This one's already highlighted.
I hoped so much that we were going to get the mayoral and a majority tomorrow, because I would have sent a tsunami across the British politics. In the sense that it will wake people up. So many people don't go and vote.
No, almost
Can you believe how many people don't go and vote, and we end up with governments with very, very small majorities? And it's a shame, because all that happens now is we need youngsters. We need the youngsters to step forward, and the only way they'll do that is working with the older generation, the younger generation, and they will perform minor miracles.
Owen Martin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go and get some sleep, you deserve it.
You take care. Most of all, have fun.
That was Owen Martin. He is the chair of Reform in Doncaster. Quite an extraordinary campaign that has been run here, really thrown together in just a matter of months. They almost unseated a Labour mayor that has been in office since 2013, but they didn't. Signs of relief all round for the Labour Party. They are now bracing themselves for the local council election results, which again could be very bad for Labour. 55 seats, they have 42. The Conservatives have 11. Again, Reform starting from 0, but potential expectations that they could take the council. Owen Martin playing that down. He might be thinking in the wake of this result that that might have been potentially too ambitious, but we will get those results later today, and it will be really interesting to see. But everyone's going home from here. This result is a bit of good news on potentially a difficult night for Labour.
Russia.
Yeah, very interesting hearing the chair of Doncaster Reform saying that people who've never voted before coming out and voting for Reform. Liz in Doncaster, thank you very much for the moment. So Labour holding on then to Doncaster, also holding on to North Tyneside and holding on to the west of England mayoralty. We've had a response from the Conservatives to that, saying it's a disappointing result. Steve Smith fought a great campaign. However, Labour's result in this contest is also telling, with the party seeing a significant fall in its share of the vote, despite winning a historic majority at the general election just 10 months ago. We're going to hear a lot more, aren't we, over the next few hours and the rest of the day about vote share. Let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam, talk us through these mayoral results.
Well, it's a little bit before 5:30, so I'll give you an overview of everything.
None of them
and the
have
good news for
these.
Labour is that, contrary to some expectations, they've actually ended up holding on to some of the key results in this election. There's been a big surge in votes from Reform UK. In many ways, they're the greatest talking point from today's election. But look at this. Here are the 6 mayoral contests going on. 3 of them have declared, and 3 of them have gone to Labour. So I think inside Downing they'll be pretty happy at that. Look at this. The Doncaster mayor, big challenge from Reform there. Just 698 votes in it, just the smallest of margins. A win's a win, they will say. But look, you can see that the Reform UK challenge was real, and the 2 parties from the right of British politics together and of course you can't add up those 2 numbers. The parties don't attract exactly the same people, but there will be some in the Tory party doing the addition nevertheless, pointing out that if those 2 parties had in some way done some kind of non-aggression pact, they would have got far more than the Labour Party. But Labour also facing a challenge from the Greens. That's a consistent theme. There we go. In the west of England, Labour, I think, will be pretty delighted to hang on, because they had a challenge from the left, from the Green Party. Got 41,000 votes, the Green Party. Incredible result there. And from Aaron Banks, it got 45,000. Now, Aaron Banks, big figure from the Brexit days, and you have, he is now a Reform UK candidate. He just missed out, and the new Labour mayor got a majority of just under 6,000. So 3 wins for the Labour Party, allowing them to claim that their election machine, I think, is in pretty good shape, despite the challenge from Reform. Look at this. This is what's going on in Greater Lincolnshire. Now, I think this is one of the places where almost certainly at the end of the evening, we are going to have the first Reform UK mayor who actually can execute power anywhere in the country. This is Andrea Jenkins, and you can see here around 50% of the vote in 3 of the different wards, and I think that means almost certainly Andrea Jenkins is going to be the next mayor in Greater Lincolnshire. But the nail-biter of tonight is in the northwest. That's in Runcorn. There is just a tiny number of votes in it. There is a full recount going on. At the start of the evening, it felt like Reform UK thought they were on course to win it. Then it felt like the Labour Party in Downing Street were saying, we think we've just edged it. Now, I think it's the Reform UK think that they're just 4 votes ahead, having challenged quite a lot of Labour ballots, and now there's a full recount underway. It'll be several hours before we get a full result there. That'll mean it's one of the closest elections that there's been in ages. Look, the next closest by-election was won in 1973 by just 57 votes. If we've got down to about 4 votes, then that will break all records. And we've only got a smattering of council by-elections. We haven't got any big results, really, from councils yet. And what you can see there, Labour. Here, in this bit, you can see them losing to Reform. You can see them losing, actually, in one case, to the Greens down there, so a challenge, again, from the left. You can see Labour there in Cherwell losing to the Conservatives. And so you can see the challenge from Reform pretty clearly. I think there's a lot to digest in this set of results. However, there's undoubtedly the big picture is that Reform UK have got votes in areas that they didn't get at the general election, challenging Labour, but not in quite sufficient numbers for them to actually take some of the mayoralties and the big results that they wanted. But a lot hinges on the Runcorn by-election. It'll be some time before we get that result, but that's the nail-biter of the morning.
Yeah, nail-biter is the right phrase for it. I think we can take you now to witness where that recount is taking place. Reform UK could be on the brink of inflicting defeat on Labour in that first by-election test for Sir Keir Starmer.
Yep,
Full
Gutenberg
recount,
printing
though,
press
is taking place with just 4 votes in it between Reform in first place and Labour. Nigel Farage saying Reform UK have won the by-election. Labour have demanded a recount. And we'll be joining John Craig next.
Tutors in England. They were like some sort of row class for a while. Ooh, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabel. It's me. Yep, Kiev, St. Petersburg, or Moscow. I'll probably head out in like 3 minutes. Like at 1. Yep. basically conquered everything to Siberia.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Hello there, a very good morning. You're watching Vote 2025. It's our local elections special. If you're just joining us, well, it's been a busy few hours, particularly in Widnes, where a recount is underway in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is there. And John, it's a real nail-biter, isn't it? Bring us up to speed.
Well, I was just turning round because Karen Shaw, the Labour candidate, I don't know if you can see her, she's the lady in the white jacket, surrounded by a lot of gentlemen in dark suits. She's just arrived. Now, just a few minutes ago, the returning officer has called for, well, you might say yet more VAR, because we're not there yet. The returning officer has said I'm just looking at the message. Here we are. The returning officer, that's Stephen Young, has said they're completing the final bits of the recount, but it has thrown up some doubtful ballots. So they are checking them now. We're not sure if they are new or old ballots. Now, from a source at Reform UK headquarters in London, I've been told that they're very confident about victory, and indeed Nigel Farage tweeted he was confident of victory. I've heard the numbers have moved slightly. Now, the latest before that was that Reform were ahead by 4. Previously, Labour were ahead by 10. The consensus is that they have won by a very tight margin. So, Reform believe they've won. There were some, I have to say, the Labour candidate didn't look too happy, and there were some glum faces on her Labour colleagues. But right at the far end of the hall right now, the returning officer is explaining to the candidates and no doubt their agents what's going on. Remember, there are 15 candidates here. One of the reasons it's all taken a long time is because there's quite a large number of candidates, quite a few what you might call fringe candidates. What we believe has happened here, I mean, on the basis of Reform claiming they've won, looks like they've won by a really, really, really slender majority from Labour. We believe that the Green Party may have come third, pushing the Tories into fourth place, but we're not sure about that. Either way, it's going to be very close. It's been a tense night. It is now it's just gone 5:35.
Yep, One
Dynasty,
overthrown by the
10
Dynasty.
o'clock. And we may get a result before 6. We may not. It depends. It depends if what the returning officer has just told the candidates and their agents is accepted, or it's being challenged again. So
One Dynasty.
there are a few walking back towards us now. I haven't seen, correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah Pochin yet. We don't believe that Sarah Pochin, the Reform UK candidate, has arrived here yet. So if she has indeed won, there won't be a declaration until she's here. She may be about to make a triumphant entry, possibly with Mr. Nigel Farage. We're not sure about that. I was reassured that it was not true that he was hanging around in the car park outside waiting for the result. But either way, we were expecting Mr. Farage. That was around about, I think about 3 o'clock. But he hasn't been seen here, although he has been keeping a very close eye on what's going on, and indeed has tweeted that they've won. There are still talks going on right at the far end of the room. It's at that stage where the returning officer and, yes, I think I can see the returning officer talking to, I believe it's the Reform UK team, I'm not sure. I think one of the candidates actually has just come, one of the smaller party candidates has just come to brief some of us here on what's going on. Our colleague Josh Gaffson is listening in there. I don't know if you can see the gentleman with the very tall, grey-haired gentleman. As soon as I got some news from that little huddle, I shall bring it to you. But there's a lot of talking going on. Counting looks as though it's finished. I don't know if my colleague Josh is going to come and tell me what's happening. Josh, where is he? Josh, as we say, you're live on Sky News. What have you just been told?
The Reform team are more anxious than they previously were before, according to one of the candidates, but they're not sure.
So we think that Reform, that suggests that what I was told, perhaps the numbers are slightly different from Reform 4 ahead. So we may be into a further recount here. Josh has been briefed by one of the other candidates. So we're not there yet. As Margaret Thatcher once says, we fight on, we fight to win. Both the Labour Party and Reform UK are obviously not giving up yet. So we're, never mind VAR, we're into extra time, possibly penalties.
Penalties as the sun begins to come up. John, for the moment, thank you very much. Just got a bit of an update on the Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty race. 7 out of 9 areas have now reported. Andrea Jenkins is standing there for Reform. It's a new mayoralty. Of course, she's currently ahead with 71,265 votes. Conservative second on 41,185. Labour third on 22,260. Just East Lindsey and North Lincolnshire are left in that race for the Greater Lincolnshire Mayor. Andrea Jenkins, of course, used to be a Conservative MP, now defected to Reform, and Reform saying earlier they are very confident that they will win there.
I think he
let's return to our
closed
panel
down
and
China.
also the Conservative MP, Richard Fuller. Nice to see you. Looking very fresh-faced. You've had a bit of a sleep, I hear.
I did get some sleep, but well done all of you for your long haul. I guess the Runcorn by-election is what goes for excitement in politics. This way, that way, it was going to go. It's very exciting.
Yes, well, while you've been asleep, quite a lot has happened. Labour clinging on in the mayoralties, West of England, North Tyneside, Doncaster as well, and then that recount in Runcorn. What do you make of that?
Well, clinging on is probably the right phrase, and we're, of course, repeating elections that were held in 2021. That was 2 years into the Conservative administration, and the Conservatives are making substantial gains. Now we have very substantial rollback in the Labour vote, so they're just clinging on, but that shouldn't mislead us the fact that Labour is losing a lot of ground, losing votes instead of not picking up any votes very early in its administration. And there are reasons for that, and the reasons are they've made bad choices on the economy, and that's why the Doncaster mayor, when she was elected, pointed the finger very much at Keir Starmer for the decisions he's made.
But snapping at Labour's heels are Reform, aren't they? They're obviously doing something which the Conservatives aren't doing.
Well, they are, of course, the party that hasn't been in government. The Conservative Party from 2019 to 2024 made mistakes. We're clear we made mistakes. That's why we got such a heavy defeat at the last election. We're in the process of rebuilding. It's early to come forward with policies. We don't want to rush those out. And as people see the current government failing to deliver on what it promised to do, not providing that change, people want to express a protest. And right now that's going to reform.
But reform is much more now than just a protest party, isn't it? We're seeing that all over the country.
Well, we'll see it when they get a chance actually to govern. We haven't had any reform councillors in the country before. We haven't had any reform mayoralties before, and we really only just got 5 reform MPs at the last election. So reform haven't yet been tested. It's very easy, and people do have problems. Let's not forget, there are real issues that people have, and they look at politicians and say, you are not delivering. Now, politicians can either just sort of scratch that itch and say, I agree with you, it's terrible, isn't it? Or you can have a programme for getting solutions to it. And that's what Labour tried to do. Doesn't seem like that's working. And that's now what we're trying to do, using our time as the official opposition, yes, to hold Labour to account for its decisions on things like the winter fuel payments, jobs tax, but also taking the time to develop policies for governance. Reform now, if they go ahead and win any of these mayoral elections, will have the opportunity to do that in those areas.
Ideologically, what are the differences, do you think, between the Conservative Party and Reform UK? Because clearly many people are wanting a choice that's on the right, but they're not going to you, they're going to Reform.
Well, it's an interesting question. What is the political complexion of Reform? We're just about to look at the results in Runcorn. That hasn't been a Conservative seat. That's a solid Labour seat. And so clearly Reform are appealing to a type of ideology which has nothing to do with the Conservative Party. And I think
what is it then? What's the difference?
I've been thinking about this. So I think for a long time Reform did pick up Conservatives. A lot of Conservatives in the last election, they voted Conservative, or they stayed at home, or they voted Liberal Democrat, or they voted Reform because they were fed up. They didn't think the Conservative Party was doing a good job. So it's clear there are Conservative voters in Reform. But I think there's another strand that's gaining strength in Reform, this popular nationalism, which has got nothing to do with the Conservative Party whatsoever. It's all about nationalising industries. It's about having a foreign policy that isn't really associated with our traditional allies. So it will be interesting over the next few years, how Mr. Farage manages his party. Now he's got all these new representatives around the country. Where will they stand on issues? Are they on the left? Are they on the right? I don't think we know.
Was Kemi Badenoch right to say that there should, under no circumstances, be any deal with Reform in the future, apart from perhaps the old conversation on a local level?
Yes, she's absolutely right. I mean, the Conservative Party stands for...
Really? You believe that too?
Of course I do. Absolutely. Thoroughly, actually. It is important. The Conservative Party stands for a very broad coalition of opinions which are focused around making sure that we manage the economy effectively on behalf of working people who go in and put their effort in, making sure that we stand up for the family as the core of society, and making sure that we have a secure national defence.
This is 21st century car washing. Access your Tommy Club membership from your phone in the Tommy's Express app. Manage account info, find a wash, and more. Plus, access the wash faster with the app lane. Download the app and start washing today.
To defeat Reform, that's exactly what I'm doing. That's what every other member of the Shadow Cabinet are doing.
Is Kemi Badenoch the right leader, do you think, at the moment?
Kemi Badenoch is absolutely the right leader because she speaks the truth. She speaks from the heart. We saw that just the last couple of weeks on the issues to do with the definition of woman. Kemi Badenoch didn't have to apologise for changing her point of view. She was always very, very clear. She took a lot of abuse for it, but she was right. But also she was principled. And I think politicians should be principled. So Kemi Badenoch, leading the Conservative Party through this period of change, will be doing that on the basis of very clear principles.
We're just looking at live pictures. You can see the camera waving around a bit as it tries to get a decent shot. Potentially, Nigel Farage about to walk into the room. We'll bring that to you if it happens. Just on that last point, a recent poll on the Conservative Home website found 55% of Tory members think Badenoch is moving too slowly on developing policies.
Well, I don't know what that one poll will say. What we have today is polls across...
There's a general feeling, isn't there, amongst the party that perhaps she's not being forceful enough, making enough progress?
No, I don't think that's right at all. I mean, as we just talked about, I think on the issues when it comes to getting a new policy on energy, and undoing the consensus behind the net zero target, the arbitrary net zero target, she's been very clear on that, on holding the Labour government to account, on the rape gangs and having an inquiry on that, making sure that we have nuance and change on our immigration policy. I think she's honest about that, but she's also honest about pointing to mistakes the Conservative Party made in the past and making sure that we're principled for the future. The big message from today's elections isn't about Kemi Badenoch, it's about the rebuke that's coming to Sir Keir Starmer. He's been making mistakes, the people feel let down. He's going to have to find some changes.
OK, I'll get your thoughts on what we heard in a moment. Just want to go back to Widnes. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is there. John, I know the camera has been honed on that door. What are we hearing at the moment? What's the latest? Seems to be a bit of a gathering. Is that a gathering around the podium?
There's not around the podium just yet. There's a few reporters here, but we think that at the far end of the room, the candidates are being told what the result is, and we are expecting a declaration, yes, really, quite soon. So you might get it before 6 o'clock, Jonathan, by not the acting returning officer, that's Stephen Young, but the High Sheriff of Cheshire, whose name is... Not sure. I'll find out. But I have seen a lady in rather splendid regalia, I suppose you'd call it, who I guess is the High Sheriff. I remember when we were at Joelle Warren, I believe she is. Anyway, she is going to make the announcement. At the moment, we still think that Reform have won by a whisker. One source has told me it's now a majority of 5, not 4. So if they have won, of course, that is the same as number of MPs they'll have compared with what they had until today, because they won 5 seats at the general election. Rupert Lowe has gone, following a feud with Mr Farage and the party chairman, Zia Yousaf. But if what Reform are claiming is correct, they have won by the narrowest of margins, possibly 4, possibly 5 votes. Well, what a night of drama we've had here. Just to recap, when we do get the candidates, the names to look out for are Sarah Pochin, that's P-O-C-H-I-N. She's the Reform UK candidate, former Tory, a magistrate. Karen Shaw, Shaw spelt as in Sea Shaw, same name as the former Labour Cabinet Minister Peter Shaw, no relation, I don't think. I've just been told Mr Farage is on his way. We are going to, all being well, turn our camera around, and I will attempt to ask a question. Where is Mr Farage? Some photographers are coming. I assume he's with Sarah Pochin. Can't see him yet, but I imagine there'll be a cheer from activists. There aren't actually, because it's so late, there's not that many activists in the hall now, but you can see we're pointing the camera at that door, as we have done a few times, and there is Sarah Pochin, and there is Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage, who has claimed victory here. It's either by 4 or 5 votes. They've won by a whisker. No big 5 vote. Farage, who has claimed victory here. It's either by 4 or 5 votes. They've won by a whisker. No big grin from Mr Farage. Have you won, Mr Farage? He's thrown his hand. Oh, thumbs up from Mr Farage there. So, the trademark smile from Mr Farage. And Mr Farage, he's pointing at Lord Such, who's the candidate here. There's Sarah Pochin. We believe she's the winner. Mr Farage is smiling. We haven't had the declaration yet, of course, but he has claimed victory. And he's saying a few words down there. We, all being well, will talk to Mr Farage after the declaration. I thought the returning officer might have something to say about Mr Farage giving an impromptu news conference even before the results been declared. But, well, he has always been one for challenging orthodoxy. Can't hear what he's saying, I'm afraid, but I think he really ought to let Sarah Pochin get up on the platform and make her acceptance speech, assuming she's won. I mean, the other candidates, I can't see. I can see some of the minor candidates, but Mr. Farage is giving an impromptu news conference there, and he's clearly... he's waited a while for this moment, because it was around about 3 a.m. that we thought we were going to get a result, and we thought, oh, there's the beaming Farage smile. There he is, smiling for the cameras. It's been a tense night for Reform UK, but he and his party have triumphed, albeit by a tiny margin, single figures. And the returning officer and MP, of course, they had 5 at the general election, down to 4, with Rupert Lowe no longer amongst their number. I've been mentioned by Mr. Farage just then. Mr. Farage, perhaps you should let them declare the result. We still don't know officially what the result is, but here we go. I think so. Applause for Sarah Pochin, beaming, smiling Mr. Farage. And Sarah Pochin is now on her way to meet the returning officer, I believe. So we are minutes from a declaration, I believe. Mr. Farage didn't wait for that. He came in. He's now shaking the hand of Lord Hope, I beg your pardon. Howling Lord Hope in the hat. He was telling me earlier, I think this is something like his 8th by-election, his 38th attempt to get elected to Parliament, something like that. A number of general elections and a number of by-elections. They're having a very friendly chat there. Mr. Farage is obviously in a very good mood, having, I guess, sweated a bit over the closeness of this result. But we believe that any minute now. There's Zia Yousaf there, the party chairman, with Mr. Farage. And not quite sure where Mr. Farage is heading to now. Once we get the result, all being well, we'll speak to Mr. Farage. But he's standing there. He's chatting to Zia Yousaf and one or two. He's talking to another broadcaster now. I'm not sure if we can get a bit closer. Mr. Farage, while you're waiting for the BBC, talk to Sky News.
This is phenomenal. We've got swings going on towards reform, massive swings from the Conservatives in Staffordshire, massive swings from Labour happening in Doncaster, happening right here in one of their safest seats in the country. The North Tyneside result was totally extraordinary in a real Labour heartland. So it's a big, exciting night for us.
OK, but Runcorn, you've won here?
I'm confident, yes. We won first time round, from what I'm told. Yeah, it's looking good.
And for you, what message would that send?
Well, what it sends is a message, not just from here, but across much of the country, that we are now the opposition to the Labour Party, who are in government. And actually, in most parts of the country now, if you vote Conservative, you risk getting Labour.
Now, you were somewhere nearby.
No.
You nearly came earlier.
This is all absolute nonsense.
Well, it's not.
No, it's utter nonsense.
It's not. I mean, we got the nod that you were going to turn up, and then you didn't because
sometimes when you get the nod, it's not true. I haven't been near the place until right now.
But you've been nearby waiting.
Well, I spent 8 hours canvassing today. Spent 8 hours going out knocking on doors in Runcorn today. I was a few miles away, back at the chateau, if you like, waiting to see. But no, the idea that I was circling around is absolute nonsense.
And for you, I mean, this is a first by-election.
Well, we're about to get the results. We'll leave Nigel Farage for a moment. That is Stephen Young, the acting returning officer, who is about to announce the result. talk to us after the result.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we do the formal declaration, I know it's been a long evening. Can I take this opportunity to thank all of the staff who have worked tirelessly on today's election, on the count this evening and into the early hours, and also with regard to those staff who man the polling stations during the last day. The election wouldn't have been possible without their hard work, so can I send my thanks to them. And can I also pass on my thanks to all of the partners who've worked with the council, particularly the police, to ensure this has been a free and fair election. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will now hand over to Joelle Warren, the High Secretary of Cheshire, to formally declare the result.
Declaration of result of poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for Runcorn and Helsby, held on Thursday, the 1st of May, 2025. I, Joelle Warren, High Sheriff of Cheshire, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Catherine Ann Blakelock, English Democrats, deport all illegal immigrants, 95. Dan Clark, the Liberal Party, 454. Chris Copeman, the Green Party, 2,314. Paul Michael Duffy, Liberal Democrats, 942. Peter Ford, Workers' Party of Britain, 164. Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raving Lunatic Party, 128. Sean Holston, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,341. Jason Philip Hughes, Volt UK, the UK in Europe, 54. Alan Mackay, Independent, 269. Graham Harry Moore, English Constitution Party, Freedom, 50. Paul Andrew Murphy, Social Democratic Party, 68. Sarah Joanne Pochin, Reform UK, 12,645. Karen Louise Shaw, Labour Party, 12,639. John Stevens, Rejoin EU, 129. Michael Williams, Independent, 363. The number of ballot papers rejected was total of 85, and I do hereby declare that Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Okay, we've won by 6 votes. 6 votes. Sarah Pochin is the new MP.
Okay, I'd now like to ask the successful candidate just to say a few words.
So this is Sarah Pochin, who's won by just 6 votes. 6 votes.
Thank you, everybody. It's been a very long night, but we've got here. Firstly, I would also like to add my thanks to the returning officer and the team from the Halton Borough Council and the Cheshire West and Cheshire Borough Council for the efficient and professional way that this election has been conducted. My thanks go to Cheshire Police for ensuring that this has been a safe campaign for the candidates. And I would like to pay tribute to all the candidates for the way that we have all conducted ourselves through what has been a very intense and highly pressurised few weeks. I would like to thank my election agent, Jason Moorcroft, for being by my side throughout the whole election, and we'll continue to work together going forward. I've had a team of very talented, dedicated, and professional individuals behind me every step of the way. And I would like to thank them all from the bottom of my heart. Firstly, to our great leader, Nigel Farage, who has so inspired me to stand up for this country. To our party chairman, Sir Youssef, who has given me invaluable support and counsel throughout this campaign. And to the exceptional team led by John Burns, my campaign manager. You are all such very impressive individuals. It's been a privilege to work with you, and I'm so proud to be part of that team. And finally, my thanks go to all the volunteers who have diligently canvassed and delivered leaflets, been on the polling stations. I was going to say today, but I think it was yesterday. We couldn't have done it without you. The people of Runcorn and Helsby have spoken. Enough is enough. Enough Tory failure, enough Labour lies. And I want to thank every one of you who were brave enough to put a cross against my name on the ballot paper. Every one of you who voted for change. Every one of you who have put their faith in me as your next Member of Parliament for this constituency, which has such potential, and who have put their faith in Nigel Farage as the next Prime Minister of this great country. It will be an honour and a privilege to serve this community, a community of hard-working people who just want fairness. Going forward, I will do my very best for all of you in Runcorn and Helsby and Frodsham. I think it should have been included in the name, regardless of how you voted. And I will be accessible to you all. I am in politics to serve. I'm in politics because I care. And I'm in politics to be a voice for those who need representation. I will serve you. I will care for you. And I will speak for you. I know our victory here in Runcorn and Helsby will inspire the rest of the country to believe that they too can stand up for fairness, for what is right, and for our British values, and their voices can be heard. We have made history here tonight in Runcorn and Helsby. Now, together, let's build a better future. Thank you.
So that is the new MP for Runcorn and Helsby, Sarah Pochin from Reform UK, a former businesswoman, magistrate, mayor and former Conservative. She has a huge grin on her face. She thanked her team and said enough is enough. Enough Tory failure, enough Labour lies. We have made history. Let's get a quick thought with each member of our team, starting off with Richard Fuller, MP. What did you make of that? It is a seismic shift, isn't it, in British politics?
It's a big rebuke 12 months in to Sir Keir Starmer and his government. The people of Runcorn saying, you have not provided change, you're not providing solutions. And you're right, there's a deeper question here for all politicians. People's concerns need to be met, need to be addressed. That's why my party, having had a very significant defeat last year, are now doing the hard work, not just to say, yes, we understand there are problems, but really to work out programmes of change that can work to affect the answers that people want. The question for tomorrow is Sir Keir Starmer going to take the message from this by-election result?
Isha Zarika?
Well, of course, it's disappointing for Labour to lose that by-election. I'm not entirely surprised, though, because of the circumstances in which this by-election came about. And, you know, it's very much a protest vote. But I think when we look across the results, it is very impressive that Labour's managed to hold on to 3 of those mayoral seats. And I think when we get to the end of this weekend and the results are all in, the Tory brand has really continued to be trashed after the general election. And I think what's really interesting about the Runcorn by-election is that the Tories weren't even on the pitch on that. And I feel like the Tories are really going to fight for relevance with the rise of reform. But Labour has to also be very, very alive to the threats from reform going forward.
Graham Brady?
Well, I come back to Aisha's last point there. What we've seen throughout the night is actually reform breathing down the neck of the Labour Party. And even where Labour's held on, it's been by its fingernails. But what we have seen in many places, not in Runcorn, but many of the places around the country, including Doncaster, is a really solid Conservative vote being maintained, especially where we've got a really good, hard-working candidate who's proven his worth in public service to local people.
Okay, well, many thanks to both of you for being with us throughout the night. It's been a fascinating experience, and also thank you, Richard Fuller, MP, Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury, for joining us for the final result there in the by-election. Much appreciated. So it has been a very tense night in Runcorn. There was a recount, and Reform have won by just a handful of votes. Thank you very much for joining us for this special programme. I'll hand you over now to Anna Jones for breakfast.
Jonathan, thanks very much indeed, and a very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us here on The Breakfast Show. Let's continue with that breaking news of the last few minutes. Reform have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election by just 6 votes, beating Labour. So let's bring in our political correspondent, Mari Aurora, who's here with...
Piglins? Defend the village! Wow!
Beyond Westminster.
This is not the Labour Party I joined. You'll excuse me, this has been a long night. And the people in charge, I've seen their statement, they're blaming...
But it is high for a by-election turnout, and clearly people felt strongly about this. Let me give you what Labour's reaction is to this loss. So they say by-elections are always difficult for the party in government, and the events which led to this one being called made it even harder. Voters are still rightly furious with the state of the country after 14 years of failure, and clearly expect the government to move faster with the plan for change. While Labour has suffered an extremely narrow defeat, the shock is that the Conservative vote has collapsed. That's debatable as to whether that's the shock of the night. Moderate voters are clearly appalled by the talk of a Tory reform pact. Again, that's debatable. There are encouraging signs that our plan for change is working, and they go on to list, reducing NHS waiting times and things like that. They say they'll go further and faster to deliver change, with relentless focus on putting money back into people's pockets. So far, nothing about whether they're going to change because of this result.
And they really were extraordinary scenes, because you say they've won by just 6 votes. You can see Nigel Farage in the room there talking to journalists after that Reform UK victory. First time round, when the count first happened, they'd won by 4 votes. A full recount happened. The recount showed that they'd won by 6. There was some feeling that Nigel Farage wouldn't come into the room unless his candidate had won, so when he did appear, it was a sign that they were very confident at least. I'm not sure if we can hear Nigel Farage there, but no doubt we will get more from him through the morning. In the meantime, though, let's cross to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who's at the screen and can go into some of the details of the numbers around this vote.
That's right, Anna, a sensational result. Let's get straight into the detail, because it's going to tell us so much about politics in the years to come. And as you look at a picture of Nigel Farage, I think some of the detail behind it can explain how Reform UK is managing to upend British politics. So what we're seeing right now if you look at the screen, is that Reform UK have won. They've won by putting on 20 percentage points to hand the victory to Sarah Potchin. She's got almost 40% of the vote. For a political party that did not exist in any meaningful way in 2019, that is a stunning achievement. And look how close it is. It is only 6 votes between Reform UK and Labour. I mean, I think Labour will be asking today if Keir Starmer had actually made it up to Runcorn and Helsby, could he have got an extra 6 votes or more? No, Keir Starmer stayed away. Nigel Farage poured a lot of effort, went multiple times. And there you can see other parties paled away in significance. It's really a fight between these two parties. And that, Anna, is the biggest significance of what we're seeing today. Last year in the general election, Reform UK was a massive presence, but it was a massive presence in Tory areas. It ate into the Tory vote. Didn't actually generate many seats for Reform UK in the Parliament that we've got at the moment, but what happened was it ate into the Tory vote, handing Labour in many cases the seat, because the two parties that traditionally seen as being on the right of British politics competed against each other. But now look what's happening. Reform UK is eating into Labour votes as well. This is why I keep saying politics looks as if it's changing. Significant numbers of voters switched from Reform UK. And look, they are Labour voters as well as Tory voters. It is the Labour bleed to Reform UK that is the really, really significant moment today. You have just a sense, this is one of the, I think this is the closest by-election in modern times. Look, here we are. They've updated the chart to put Runcorn and Helsby, the margin of victory for Reform UK, just 6 votes. It's nothing like that in modern times. The closest, next closest, was in 1973, before I was born, with a by-election that was won by the Liberal Democrats by 57 votes. So you can just see how well they have done. And here we have, it puts it in proportion. Reform UK have fought lots of by-elections.
Yeah, but 6 votes. What are your reflections on this result here in Runcorn and Helsby?
My biggest reflections, John, are your briefing that Labour were going to win a few hours ago.
Well, they thought they were at one point.
Well, they clearly did.
And they were ahead before one of the recounts.
Do you know, whether we'd won by 6 or lost by 6, I was going to come to this count, support our candidate. And as I say, winning's obviously fantastic, but just think about the swing. Think about the change. This is heartland Labour Party. Their vote has collapsed, and much of it's come to us. And that does away with the sort of media narrative that somehow it's just us versus the Conservatives. It's not. This is a whole different politics.
Why do you think you've done so well and Labour's vote, as you say, has collapsed?
Loss of confidence in the Labour Party, and no one knows what the Prime Minister really stands for. A sense that somehow, in this very patriotic constituency, the Labour Party doesn't really stand for those values anymore. A sense from working people whose alarm clocks go off at 5 o'clock in the morning that they're paying ever more taxes and they wonder why. But I promise you that the fact there are 750 young men who've illegally crossed the English Channel living in this constituency alone, it's a sense of fairness and what's right and what's wrong, bordering, I would say, even on resentment. And we picked that up very strongly on the doors for people who voted Labour for all of their lives.
What's your reflection of the results across the country, mayoral elections, local government elections and so on?
Well, some near misses in mayoral contests, but in old Labour areas, North Tyneside, Doncaster, we missed out by cigarette paper on both of those. We are smashing into the Labour vote in many parts of the north. Durham tomorrow will be the acid test of how much we've hit into Labour. But Lincolnshire and Staffordshire show you that in areas the Conservatives have always run, we're making massive progress there too. So it's a phenomenal night for us.
What's your message for Sir Keir Starmer and also for Kemi Badenoch?
Kemi Badenoch, please stay. I mean, please don't resign. We want you to stay on as leader. I'll put some money in if you'd like to keep you there. No, she's got an impossible job. The Conservative Party is split. And what you'll see tomorrow, as the West Country results come in, is you'll see a stack of 2021 Conservative votes will have come to us, but also gone to the Liberal Democrats as well. The Conservatives are standing in the middle of the road in terms of their own supporters and getting hit by vehicles coming both ways. And to Sir Keir, well, just keep going. You're making life easy.
What about a pact with the Tories, as Robert Jenrick wants, and in fact Lord Houchin as well, to keep Labour out next time?
Yeah, I bet they do. One very clear message that comes from the west of England, where Aaron Banks came a very close second, from North Tyneside.
You said delivery. Why are you worried that you won't be able to deliver? Is it because some of your candidates are novices and not experienced in local government, that type of thing? Why are you so concerned? Because you've been telling us what great candidates they are.
I'm concerned because the general feeling out there, about 2/3 of the British public think Britain is broken, that it's not working. And there's almost, regardless of who you vote for, either at local or national level, nothing ever changes. So we are going to, by tea time tomorrow, we'll know which county councils we're in charge of, and we will have a responsibility to make things better, to spend money more efficiently, and to deliver better services. We have to deliver.
But you might have to have some local pacts with Conservative councillors, mightn't you, to govern?
We may well have to work with local Labour councillors, for all you know. Look, this Robert Jenrick idea that somehow we're going to merge. I only do deals with people if I shake their hands, look them in the eye and trust them. After what the Conservatives did after 2019, I don't trust them. They are toast. You're witnessing the end of a party that's been around since 1832. It's disappearing.
And on that note, toast, it's probably time for some breakfast. Nigel Farage, thank you very much. So there you have...
Bacon sarnie would be nice, actually.
So there you have... Mr. Farage saying that the Conservative Party is toast, and obviously talking about where the Reform UK goes from now, running local councils. He is very buoyant, even though it was a very close thing. His candidate, Sarah Poachin, won by 6 votes from Labour. So it was they won by a whisker, but he doesn't mind. He's a happy man this morning, and he's celebrating here. And as he points out, it may well be in the hours to come on Friday that the Reform UK will have more victories to celebrate. So far, a good night for Mr. Farage. A really, really, really close victory here, but it is a victory, and it's Sarah Poachin, the Reform UK candidate, who will be heading to Westminster next week after the bank holiday. And Reform now is back to 5 MPs in the House of Commons, and a majority of just 6, but one of the closest results, possibly the closest result ever in a parliamentary by-election, one of the closest results in any parliamentary election. But Reform UK have edged it, they've squeaked it if you like, but they've won. And Mr. Farage, as you can see, is jubilant and confident about the future. Anna, back to you in the studio.
John, thanks very much indeed. Yeah, Mari is here with me, and a really happy Nigel Farage there, Mari, saying that voters have turned against Labour, they don't like what they're seeing, but also saying that the Tories are toast as well. He was saying we're now the opposition party to the Labour Party.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nigel Farage has been saying for months now that he, wants to destroy the Conservative Party, and clearly it looks like that is a closer possibility perhaps than before. Interestingly, we know that Reform now have 5 MPs again after that Rupert Lowe debacle, essentially, where they lost one. What was interesting from that interview with John Craig and Nigel Farage, he said he would have come to the declaration no matter what, even if they'd lost that. He said he wanted to support the candidate. Well, I guess we'll never know if that's true or
there not. There were rumours earlier, as I was saying, that he might not come
exactly.
in.
So we'll never know if that was true. But Also, the line that I've been hearing from Reform this morning and that he repeated again just in that interview was vote Conservative, get Labour. And this is something that Reform think is a really kind of winning line for them, is that actually a vote for the Conservatives is now a wasted vote. They are essentially a party of the past. They are the past, and Reform is the future. And what they're saying is, if you want change on things like immigration, if you want change on things like how much you are taxed, for instance, that the Reform Party is the party to do that. And actually, the Conservative Party is becoming slightly redundant. He was incredibly brutal about Kemi Badenoch and Keir Starmer. He said he wants them both to stay in post to make his life easier. And the fact also that the Conservatives are having such a tough time at the moment, he sees as a massive opportunity for his party. He directly quoted small boat crossings as why he thinks that one of the reasons they won that by-election was the amount of people coming over in small boats this year alone. We know we've had record numbers, almost 11,000, perhaps even 11,000 when the numbers are published, since the beginning of the year, and that is a record. And something I think that's, not necessarily priced in, but I think that is important. The Reform Party has been, some would argue, a bit of a kind of a macho party. They've got male MPs, a male leader, often appealing to quite young men on social media. And I remember asked Nigel Farage about this a few weeks ago, and he was saying that they needed to do more to attract women, to show that they were a women-friendly party as well. I think what's really interesting is now they've got their first female MP, they're probably going to win their first female mayor as well. That might also change the optics, the image of the Reform Party, if they can start to welcome women into the party and for women to see that it's a party for them. So I think that's actually slightly underpriced as well, where we start to see female figures at the forefront of the Reform Party as well.
OK, Mari, stay there. We're just going to run through some of the other developments that we've had already, but also that we're expecting later on this morning. Thank you for the moment. Because we are awaiting the final result for the new Greater Lincolnshire Mayor, but Reform are already well ahead, with 7 of the 9 councils declared. Andrea Jenkins, for Reform, is sitting on 71,265 votes. The next closest candidate is the Conservative Rob Waltham on 41,185. Meanwhile, it was a narrow victory for Labour in the race for North Tyneside Mayor. In the declaration of the night, Karen Clark took 16,230 votes. That's just 444 votes ahead of Reform's John Falkenstein in second place on 15,786. And Labour's success in the west of England, where they held the mayoralty there. Helen Godwin winning with 51,197 votes. That's just under 25%. The Greens' Mary Page was second with 41,094 votes. And another really close win for Labour in the Doncaster mayoralty. Ros Jones took 23,805 votes. Reform again a close second, just 698 votes behind with 23,107 votes. So Mari, some victories there for Labour overnight, and they'll be relieved about those mayoral wins, but they were tight, weren't they? And part of the story is how well Reform did.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the headlines are that Reform is doing quite well. It's really interesting that the Labour Party are not only losing to Reform, they're losing to the Greens. They're bleeding in different directions. And I think that's a real concern for the Labour Party. If they are unable to essentially kind of glue together this coalition of voters that they managed to do relatively well in the general election. And if that coalition starts to collapse, starts to fragment, and those people start to feel dissatisfied, disaffected by politics, that's a really dangerous place for a governing party to be in. Now, make no mistake, there is no general election anytime soon. They have time to reassure people, to deliver, turn things around. But that word deliver is so essential for this government right now. That Runcorn and Helsby by-election is an indication of a general malaise in society, an unhappiness perhaps with the way that Labour has implemented certain policies. The winter fuel allowance we know has been a really painful political policy for them. and something that perhaps they were punished at the ballot box for. And interestingly, the Mayor of Doncaster, a Labour Mayor of Doncaster, was quite striking in some of her comments to journalists this morning when it comes to kind of why she won and her distancing herself slightly from central government. So Ros Jones, let me read you some of the quotes that she said to journalists this morning. She said, "I wrote as soon as the winter fuel allowance was actually mooted, and as I said, it was wrong, and therefore I stepped in immediately and used our household support fund to ensure no one in Doncaster went cold during the winter." She then talks about the increase in national insurance hitting small businesses and how the squeeze on personal dependence payments made people worried. She said, "I think the results here tonight will demonstrate that they need to be listening to the man, woman and businesses on the street and actually deliver for the people with the people." I think that is really striking. She's a Labour mayor, and the fact that she is being quite heavily critical of her own party and central government's decisions on things like the winter fuel allowance, and the fact that she essentially said it was wrong and decided to implement her own version, as it were, and that's why she thinks she won, means that this is going to start planting a seed perhaps in Labour MPs' minds that actually maybe that was the better strategy politically because she's done so well there and managed to hang on to Doncaster.
And we should project forward as well a little bit, because we're talking a lot about reform Labour fights, but later in the day we are likely to see the Tories come under more pressure as well. They're defending a lot of the councils where the counting doesn't start until later.
And if we look at the expectations in some of these local elections when it comes to the Conservatives, so for instance, we know that the South and the West are mainly Lib Dem versus Conservatives, so those fights are going to be really, really interesting to watch. We are expecting incredibly tight margins. Many seats could be won by less than 33% of the vote because of the fact that the vote is so split. The Conservatives are defending about 61% of all these councils that we're looking at. That equates to about 996 seats. They're expected to lose 450, 550 seats. If they hang on to, more than we're expecting, that they will see that as a success, considering the context of some of these votes. These votes were last contested in 2021. There was a vaccine bounce under Boris Johnson, where the Conservatives were essentially riding high, having delivered the vaccine rollout. And so we are expecting them to actually achieve the largest total votes, but that's only because they had the largest total votes by far in the beginning. We are expecting them to lose control of potentially all the councils that they had in these elections. And let's not forget that at the moment, national polling is putting them on 22% of the vote, which really isn't massively impressive for a party that was so incredibly dominant in British politics up until now.
Mari, thanks very much indeed. We can now say, Sky News is now saying that Andrea Jenkins will win the Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty. According to our experts, she can't now be surpassed. A number of the votes have already been declared. Only East Lindsey is to come as far as the declarations are concerned. So Sky News is saying that Andrea Jenkins will win the Great Lincolnshire mayoralty. Andrea Jenkins for Reform, of course. A quick word with Mari on that just before we let her go. And that another great win for Reform if that is confirmed later.
Yeah, absolutely. If they do win that, again, we were expecting this. They were riding quite high on this, but nonetheless, this is another string to their bow and another, penny in the bank, as it were. And I think the Reform Party are going to be seeing this and thinking, right, now we can really show we can deliver. Let's start to run mayoralties, run local councils, have more MPs, demonstrate that we are not a party of protest, but we are a legitimate party in the UK's electoral system and a force to be reckoned with. For those who don't remember, Andrea Jenkins was a Conservative MP. She was often considered to be on the right of the party, a Brexiteer, and she defected to the Reform Party, and they saw that as a big scalp, really, for the Reform Party to steal her away from the Conservative Party. And now she's gone and won, potentially, if it's confirmed, we think it will be this Greater Lincolnshire, excuse me, not by-election, mayoralty, excuse me. And I think that is a massive win and a demonstration that Reform are being trusted by certain groups, certain parts of the UK electorate. And that really does show that actually they have to be treated to an extent as a serious threat by Labour, by Conservative, and even potentially by Lib Dems. Lib Dem lost a council seat to the Reform Party, which is really quite astonishing because you would never really think that there would be much overlap between Lib Dem and Reform. But clearly, Reform is eating everybody's lunch this morning.
Indeed. More from you in a bit, Mari, but just to reiterate there that the Greater Lincolnshire Mayor looks to be Andrea Jenkins for Reform, according to Sky News. The number of different wards that have come in so far suggests that she can't be surpassed. Only East Lindsey is to come, and we are expecting a declaration sometime between 6:30 and 7 o'clock, which we will, of course, bring to you. But we expect Andrea Jenkins to have won for Reform. Former Tory MP, of course, who defected to Reform, as Mari was saying just there, looking like she's beaten the Tories. More on that a little bit later. In the meantime, let's talk Liberal Democrats, shall we? Because I'm joined now by the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Daisy Cooper. Very good morning to you.
Good morning.
So, how's it going for you so far?
Well, good things come to those who wait, and we are expecting most of the results in areas where we're hopeful later on in the day, so around sort of 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. So when those results do start to come in, we'll be looking forward to making some big gains, we hope, in places like Oxfordshire and Shropshire and Devon as well. We'll be seeing some gains, we hope, on top of our general election results that we had last year, and hopefully our ambition is to replace the Conservatives as the party of Middle England.
Well, what would you say would constitute a good result from the Liberal Democrats then?
So we're hoping to make around 70 to 80 gains in local council seats. We think that would be a really good result for us in this set of particular elections. Of course, there are many areas where the elections have been postponed or cancelled this year, and those were areas where we would have hoped to have made gains as well. But given the seats that are up for election, we think 70 to 80 is about gains is what we're looking forward to seeing.
You mentioned the general election. To what extent has your success at the general election helped you in some local areas? In Warwickshire, for example, you had a surprise parliamentary win over the Tories. Does that kind of success help build momentum, do you think, on the ground locally?
Yes, it does. And what we're seeing is a virtuous circle. So in some places, Liberal Democrats win councils first, and then off the back of that success, we often see an MP getting elected. In the most recent general election, we saw some MPs getting elected where there weren't very many Liberal Democrat councillors, but we're hoping that many local people will have seen the extraordinary hard work that our Liberal Democrat MPs put in. They'll see that our MPs are local champions who do work hard, that do listen, do communicate to local residents, and in those places we think we'll be making some gains at council level too.
I wonder what you make of the news that we've had so far overnight. Perhaps the biggest news is the fact that Reform have pulled off an extraordinary win in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. I mean, admittedly, they've squeaked it. It's just 6 votes, but they have pushed out Labour, who were on a majority of nearly 15,000. What do you make of that?
I think many people will wake up this morning and they'll be incredibly concerned about the rise of Reform and the direction of our country as a whole. And my message to those people is to just not sit on the sidelines. If they wake up and they're astonished to see this result and they're worried about what it means for our country, they need to get involved. They can join the Lib Dems.
Are you worried about Reform?
Yes, I think we're all worried about the rise of Reform in terms of what it means for our country. But what we are also hopeful about is that we Liberal Democrats are digging in. We've had 6 consecutive sets of local elections where we've made continued gains. We are digging into local communities, and we believe that our strand of community politics is the antidote to Reform. So, of course, we're worried about Reform, but at the same time, we also think that we can make significant gains against the Conservatives, become the party of Middle England, and make big gains in today's elections as well.
You're not immune from the threat from Reform, though, yourselves as a party, are you? I know one council seat has gone from the Lib Dems to Reform already. Are you worried that they could dig further into some of your gains?
I think what we're seeing in these local elections, the votes are going all over the place, and we Liberal Democrats are taking the fight to Labour, to the Conservatives, to Reform, to the Greens, to every other political party. And so I think we are seeing that votes are moving around, and that's why we're all distinct, different political parties, because we do have different sets of values, and we Lib Dems, wherever possible, put candidates forward so people have the opportunity to vote for us.
Do you worry at all about the talk about possible pact between the Tories and Reform? I mean, Kemi Badenoch has ruled out a kind of nationwide deal, but there is lots of talk about efforts to unite the right. Does that worry you? Would any kind of arrangement like that squeeze the Liberal Democrats out at all, do you think?
Well, we have seen it in the past, haven't we? Time and time again, where even Nigel Farage said he was going to run a full slate of candidates and then didn't, and gifted a whole load of results and seats to the Conservatives. So we've seen it in the past. It may well happen in the future. All I know is that there are many people in this country who are very concerned about the rise of the right. They feel abandoned by the Conservatives, who continue their lurch to the right. They feel disappointed by Labour because they haven't delivered the change that people wanted to see, and they're seeing the Liberal Democrats as the natural home for them. And so my call to those people is that we will continue to provide an antidote to the rise of the right, and that includes the Conservatives as well.
And what do you make of what some are calling the fragmentation of politics? We've got 5 parties now vying for a position, and we've got mayoral races being won with less than 25% of the vote. What's happening to our politics?
Well, I think what you can see is that people on the whole are, feeling abandoned by the Conservatives. They feel disappointed in Labour, and they're looking for alternative parties to vote for. And in areas where we're particularly strong, where we've had successes in the general election, people are turning to the Liberal Democrats. But ultimately, I think the bigger picture right now is that people are looking for alternative parties because they are desperate to see the change that they were promised last year.
Lots of the tests for the Liberal Democrats yet to come, so no doubt we'll be hearing from you later on in the day when some of those council election results are in. But for the moment, Daisy Cooper, thanks very much indeed for popping in and joining us. Thank you. So let's just remind you that we're awaiting the final result for the new Greater Lincolnshire Mayor, but Reform are already well ahead, and Sky News can say that Reform will win. With 8 of the 9 councils declared, Andrea Jenkins is sitting on 84,258 votes. The next closest candidate is the Conservative Rob Waltham on 55,188. Well, meanwhile, it was a narrow victory for Labour in the race for North Tyneside Mayor. In the declaration of the night, Karen Clark took 16,230 votes. That's just 444 votes ahead of Reform's John Falkenstein in second place on 15,786. Well, Labour's success in the west of England, where they held the mayoralty there, Helen Godwin winning with 51,197 votes. That's just under 25%. The Greens' Mary Page was second with 41,094 votes. And another close win for Labour in the Doncaster mayoralty. Ros Jones took 23,805 votes. Reform, again, a close second, just 698 votes behind, with 23,107 votes. Murray is back, and what he's telling there is just how close some of these races are and what a small vote share the winners are winning on.
Exactly that. And it's such a fragmented picture this morning, Anna. The fact that Reform have come in and eaten away at multiple different parties' votes, as you say, it splits the vote. It means that essentially those who are winning on a much smaller majority, smaller percentage of the vote, which is a bizarre situation to be in, where essentially you could be on, 30% of the vote and win that majority, and actually, therefore, the majority of people don't necessarily want you, but that's the largest group that there is. It's extraordinary. And I think this splitting of British politics at the moment is indicative of the fact that people, perhaps the ancestral ties that we originally saw with them, especially the 2 main parties, really have been shattered. People are not as loyal as perhaps they were before. People don't trust parties that they used to trust before. And therefore people feel perhaps they have less to lose by trying something new, and which I think is why we're seeing some success, especially with the Reform Party. Daisy Cooper from the Lib Dems there was speaking to you, and what was really interesting was she was saying that the Lib Dems are the antidote to the right, the antidote to some of the rhetoric we're seeing from the likes of the Reform Party and what she sees as the Conservatives kind of dancing to Nigel Farage's tune, as it were. And the Lib Dems have a really interesting position, really, in British politics at the moment. They've done quite well at, berating Donald Trump and saying that we should be tougher on Trump and
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening. We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we always had this vision of bringing things into existence that previously had never been seen.
This is the world's largest act.
We bounced a plane, a boat and a car, and it was wild. So today, How Ridiculous have 50 million followers.
We're in the billions of views.
Tens of billions.
That's pretty good.
I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Syria's new leadership over attacks on a minority sect living in the south of the country. It comes after days of clashes between pro-Syrian government gunmen and fighters who belong to the Druze religious group. Comedian Russell Brand is due to appear in court this morning on multiple sexual assault charges. The 49-year-old is facing 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of sexual assault and 1 count of indecent assault in cases involving 4 women between 1999 and 2005. He denies the allegations. Fuel prices have fallen for the 2nd month in a row. Analysis by the RAC found petrol and diesel dropped by 2 pence a litre last month, and that brings the cost of filling a typical car to just under £74. Still to come here on The Breakfast Show, Alex Crawford is here, I'm very happy to say. She's going to tell us about her powerful new documentary tracing the persecution of the Yazidis in Iraq. That's coming up next.
The Premier League run-in is live on NBC and streaming on Peacock, with crucial fixtures in the race for Europe. Saturday, Arsenal look to finish strong against Bournemouth.
Expect the unexpected.
Sunday, exclusively on Peacock, Champions League hopefuls Chelsea take on the Premier League champions Liverpool. This is the Premier League run-in, live on NBC and Peacock.
Over there, to your left. There have been airstrikes every day. Hezbollah are very sensitive about us showing any pictures, and we're being hurried away right now. It felt akin to riding into some sort of Armageddon. Many other areas have been hit badly. There are shells coming in every few minutes. Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city, where there's a column of Russian armoury. I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul. It's trying to hit us. That's it. It got us then. There's a lot of action going on. A lot of hits. Still, we were the first journalists and the only outsiders to reach the site of the attack several weeks after it happened.
We found from the missile.
It's very difficult to see what around here could be conceived of as a legitimate military target.
Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, a boat seriously overcrowded. This is one of the most severe viruses in the world.
Clearly not had very much to eat at all, a lot of them extremely thin and very frail. Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Whoa! Getting up close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war.
This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime. They don't care for that. Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away. So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
kind of pollen gets up your nose. Sky News Pollen Reports, brought to you by the Kleenex Pollen Pal app.
We'll expect a largely fine start today, if a little chilly in the north, but there'll be a few showers around. They'll mostly fade through the morning, but the breezy north of Scotland will keep a few of them. It'll be cooler than recently, but still very warm in the south. The afternoon will be similar, mostly dry with some sunshine, but the odd shower will develop in the south. England and Wales can expect high oak pollen counts with some early flowering grass too, but elsewhere there'll be low levels.
Sky News Pollen Reports, brought to you by the Kleenex Pollen Pal app.
Now, our special correspondent Alex Crawford has joined me, and in a new documentary airing today, Alex delivers an in-depth portrait of the Yazidi community and the violence that it's faced from ISIS. Let's just look at a clip from 10 Years of Darkness, ISIS and the Yazidis, and a warning. It contains the account of a woman who was held slave and subject to years of sexual abuse.
Kovan's first introduction to ISIS was basically being taken to a building where a number of other young girls were and being put up for auction.
كان حاطين يعني حراس يعني علينا يعني هم الدواعش بس يعني كان يعني حارس يعني علينا كان يحرس على مود يعني ما ننهزم كان يحرسون علينا إيه كان يجون يعني يختارون أي واحد تعجبه ياخذها يروح يوديها يعني ببيته أو بالمضافة وينام وياها يعني يغتصبها.
Kovan, at basically still aged 14, was bought by someone who was considered to be a senior ISIS person or an emir. And she was made to be the family's slave.
كان يعني نخدم لهم وكل شيء يعني كنا نسوي لهم كان يعني يقولون كان يقول لي يعني أنت يعني سبية أنت خدامة. كان يقول لي أيوة وكنت يعني كان كل ما يعني يجون بالمطاف يجتمعون يعني هم يجتمعون بالمطاف هم الدواعش كان يعني يريدني يعني أنا أقدم لهم.
Well, Alex Crawford's documentary airing tonight. We're going to try and talk to Alex a little bit later because right now we've got to take you to Grimsby where they're declaring the result of the Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty. Let's listen in.
Follows. Horscroft, Sally Ann, The Green Party, 15,040. Jenkins, Andrea Marie, Reform UK, 104,133. Overton, Marianne Jane, Lincolnshire Independence, 19,911. Stockwood, Jason, Labour and Cooperative Party, 30,384. Waltham, Alan Robert, commonly known as Rob Waltham, Local Conservatives, 64,585. Young, Trevor Victor, commonly known as Trevor Young, Liberal Democrats, 13,728. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to vote for, 128. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 45. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 1,838. The total number of rejected ballot papers was 2,011. And I do hereby declare that the said Andrea Marie Jenkins is duly elected as Mayor to the Greater Lincolnshire Combined County Authority.
Wow, what a long night. Thank you. To the people of Lincolnshire, thank you for putting your trust in me. I will work tirelessly for you every day. To the council officers and everybody in this room who's shattered, I thank you as well. I thank my big sister, who's also my agent. She's a walking miracle. She nearly died, was in a coma 18 months ago and was told she'd never walk again. And she's here today and she's my election agent. To my team, to Max and the team, and all my amazing Reform volunteers who's pounded the streets, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now to Nigel, to Richard, and to Zia, I thank you for your friendship, for your support, and getting me through these last few difficult weeks. I'm immensely proud to be part of the Reform family. So thank you for welcoming me. And thank you to my friend Gloria, who's in the audience, for keeping me sane. Now, I've fought many elections, 4 general elections, my 3rd local election, but I'm going to be brief with this, don't worry. I've never experienced such negativity and soul-destroying campaigns against me like this one. It was soul-destroying. The dirty tricks in the US politics, I believe it's now being imported here into Britain. The Conservatives called the police on me and implied I slept with political friends. They contacted the mainstream media to smear me. The Independent's husband pushed for a hearing at the council. My barrister had to represent me. The case was dismissed. The campaign was also filled with irony. As one of the candidates stated, I was parachuted in. She said in her South African accent. Now, they undemocratically tried to remove me from the ballot. But I will say no more on this, and I wish them all well. Because this is insignificant now, and I'll draw a line under it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new dawn in British politics. Is that a sign? The rebuilding begins here. Now, Britain, we're going to have a Britain where we put British people first, where we put you and your families first. We'll make sure that you are in front of the queue and you are at the heart of our policy decisions. Today, we as Reform, as we're making gains up and down the country, you will see an end to soft-touch Britain. The fight back to save the heart and soul of our great country has now begun. Now that Reform is in a place of power, we can help start rebuilding Britain. Inch by inch, Reform will reset Britain to its glorious past. We will tackle illegal migration. We've been working on policies. I say no to putting people in hotels. Tents are good enough for France. They should be good enough for here in Britain. But I take my hat off to our great leader, Nigel. Now, he has fought for decades, and he still fights for you here today. And I know one day he will make a magnificent Prime Minister. Now, to the people of Lincolnshire, I will fight for you. I will not shy away from asking tough questions and challenging the two-tier system that has broken Britain. With me as your mayor, I will always put you first. I will keep your taxes low. I will work with you, with our industries, with our business, and with our young people. And together, it's time to heal. We will deliver a once-in-a-generation change. I will lead with a sword of common sense and cut through wastage and bureaucracy. I will fight for the heart and soul for our farmers against this god-awful Labour government. And I will fight against the destruction of our countryside by Ed Miliband. I will fight to ensure Lincolnshire is the best place to live, to work and retire. But most importantly, as a mum to my precious gift in the world, my 7-year-old son Clifford, just as I fight for him and his future, I will fight for your children's future. I will fight for your children's future in this great county that I grew up. Thank you.
So Andrea Jenkins there, having won the Greater Lincolnshire Mayoralty for Reform, the former Tory MP there saying that she was immensely proud to now be part of the Reform family. And while she said she had great ambitions in that role, she also said she'd never experienced such negativity during the campaign. Let's bring in Mari now. And this will be a great victory for Reform off the back of winning the by-election in Runcorn and Helsby.
Yeah, absolutely. They're riding high this morning. I think Andrea Jenkins's comments there were quite interesting because she, after she said she was going to draw a line under what had happened with her political opponents, but she did spend quite a lot of time talking about it and what she felt was, you know, political smears and dirty tricks that she said had been imported from the US and into British politics. So she did sound, I would say, slightly, you know, scarred, bitter, however you want to phrase it, about that. And she felt that she'd been unfairly victimised, but nonetheless, she said she'd been vindicated. She said this is the end of soft touch Britain, and it was time to put British people first again. So quite tough rhetoric really from Andrea Jenkins on that. As we were saying earlier in the programme, she is a former Tory MP. She used to be a Tory, now she's a Reform Greater Lincolnshire Mayor. And she also said near to the end of her speech that Nigel Farage, he believed, would make a great Prime Minister. So clearly showing that Reform really do have their heart set on winning the next general election. That is their focus. Reform sources have always been saying to me, the first step is showing they can run a council. The second step is showing they can run a country, which would be Wales. They feel they might do really well in Wales next year. And the third step would be then showing they can run the nation. And Greater Lincolnshire there is really just a testament to how well Reform have done on their local campaigning on the ground. Let me read you a quote from a Reform UK source. This is about the Runcorn by-election, but it applies to all of what they're winning so far. They say to me, we have talked a big game on professionalism, but we can now see it in action. For Reform to overcome Labour's machine in a winning seat like this, Runcorn and Helsby, is nothing short of historic. There is much more to come. So this is really them saying, this is just the beginning. Wait and see what we can do with more momentum, more support, more councillors, more MPs, etc. And I think what's also really interesting about that mayoralty that Andrea Jenkins just won is only one area out of the 9 did not have Andrea Jenkins first. So that was an overwhelming win, really. It wasn't a tight race in the way that Runcorn and Helsby was at all for Andrea Jenkins. She's won that very comfortably.
And Mari, interesting that when Nigel Farage was interviewed by our political editor Beth Rigby, he said the thing he feared most was delivery. I mean, now that they have these candidates in office, the question now is whether they can fulfil their promises.
Exactly that. And for every party, the hardest thing to do is to talk and not deliver. And that is what Reform are going to have to do. And if they don't deliver, all those dreams could come crashing down quite quickly if the proof is in the pudding and it doesn't taste very good.
Indeed. Well, Mari, do stay with us. Plenty more analysis throughout the morning as results still come in. Stay with us for all the top stories at the top of the hour. The news in the last few minutes that Andrea Jenkins for Reform has just won the mayoralty for Greater Lincolnshire. That's hard on the heels of Reform also winning the Runcorn and Helmsley by-election. We'll hear from the government in the next hour. Ellie Reeves for Labour will be joining us soon after 7. Stay with us. In the meantime, a very good morning to you. It is 7 o'clock now. Coming up on the show today, a blow to the government as Reform UK win the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. It's Friday the 2nd of May.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Reform UK gain a new MP as Sarah Pochin is elected to Parliament, beating Labour by just 6 votes. Leader Nigel Farage makes an appearance after an early morning recount, saying there's been a seismic shift in British politics.
We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
Plus, more success for Reform as former Tory MP Dame Andrea Jenkins becomes the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire. wins too for Labour, who hold mayoralties in Doncaster, the west of England and North Tyneside, albeit a close-run race in Tyneside, with Reform just 444 votes behind. Hello, very good morning. Thanks for joining us here on The Breakfast Show. Our top story here today, Reform UK have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election in a blow to the government. It was the first meaningful test of Sir Keir Starmer's premiership, with Labour having won the seat by a massive majority in last year's general election. So here are those results, which came after a dramatic early morning recount. So, Reform have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election by just 6 votes. Sarah Pochin took 12,645 votes, with Labour's Karen Shaw just behind on 12,639. Well, let's cross live there to our political editor, Beth Rigby. A very good morning to you, Beth. How important a victory will this be for Reform?
Well, Anna, I'm here in Runcorn, just outside the count. Nigel Farage has now left. We're expecting to see him sometime here later in the morning. And then I think what you might see throughout the day is Nigel Farage touring the country to where Reform are winning, because this is a hugely significant moment to come from a standing start but a few years ago to take this by-election by just 6 votes. It gives him momentum to say, as you heard in that clip, we want to be the party of opposition. He said there, didn't he, the Tories a waste of space as they have a awful night and day ahead of them. So for Reform, this is a massive moment to take this seat. Labour won it by over 50% of the vote in 2019. Reform just on 18%. And now they come in and they take the seat from Labour. So it all feeds in to Nigel Farage's argument that Reform are the party that the country are going to turn to, disillusioned with politics. And I think you're going to hear him talking about that a lot. The big thing going into this election, set of elections, a big question, was people pressed the change button and they chose Keir Starmer and Labour in the general election of last year. But they're still pressing the change button. And what you're seeing is a protest vote, some would say, but it translates into real power for Nigel Farage. They've got a 6th MP here. And then, of course, around the country, in Lincolnshire, Dame Andrea Jenkyns, a former Conservative MP and minister, has just taken that mayoralty. The Reform came first in 8 of 9 of the areas in that solid Tory county as the Tory vote just collapsed. Reform think that they will take Hull as well, and around the country you can see them taking more and more councillors. So I think this really will be the story of the day, the rise of Reform, the way in which they are eating into Labour, and also the collapse of the Conservatives. Watch too for the Lib Dems. They think that they're going to have a record-breaking night and take loads of seats from the Conservatives. The Greens last night also saying that they're going to have a record breaker. It's going to be the rise of the other, the rise of other parties, as the 2 main parties are given a bloody nose by voters fed up with the Tories and their 14 years in government and how that ended, but also disappointed with Labour, feeling that they are not delivering. I spoke to one very senior person in the Starmer government last night and I said, are you bracing for a very difficult day? And they said the message has to be we have to go further and faster. I think you'll see the Prime Minister trying to get on with business, if you like, today. But for Labour, look, there are some crumbs of comfort here. They've managed to hold on to the Doncaster mayoral race, that council also up for grabs. I don't think they're very confident that they'll keep that, but they clung on their North Tyneside, they kept that mayoralty, and West of England. So it isn't a total washout for Labour. And in a way, they might take some comfort that this was such a knife-edge by-election. I can't remember one like it where someone wins by just 6 votes. But Nigel Farage is the victory. It's first past the post. The winner takes all. This is a good, well, it's a great victory for them. They'll be absolutely delighted this one. I think you're going to see Nigel Farage around the country today celebrating wins. He wants to give that impression of the momentum and get that beamed back into people's homes as he seeks to encourage people to keep voting reform and not make it just a protest vote. The one thing I would say is, and he said it in that interview with me this week, it is about delivery now. So they've been a protest party, if you like, but when you win mayoralties, when you win councils and run councils in local government, then you are governing, and then you have to show people you can deliver. And he said that's his biggest fear for reform. Can they now deliver? But from these set of elections, they will have platforms to prove to the public that they can run things and they can run parts of the country and make policy. So let's see how they do on that. I think the bigger parties will think that that's when the wheels might start to come off, and it will be Reform's challenge to make sure that doesn't happen.
Indeed, and it's going to be a fascinating day ahead as well, isn't it, Beth? Lots more council election results to come through the day, as well as a couple of mayoral ones as well. Beth Rigby, thanks very much indeed. So just to recap a little bit further, another victory for Reform in Greater Lincolnshire, where they've won the mayoralty. With 9 of the 9 councils declared, Andrew Jenkins won 104,133 votes, a thumping majority of almost 40,000. The next closest candidate was the Conservative Rob Waltham on 64,585. And Sky's Serena Barker-Singh has just spoken to the winner, to Andrea Jenkins. So let's just listen to what she had to say.
It was terrible. It was soul-destroying. It was, I'll be honest, I had sleepless nights. I've never experienced anything like it. It was emotional. It nearly broke me, if I'm honest, emotionally. And I'm a strong person.
What do you think Reform is offering that the other parties weren't?
Honesty. What you see is what you get with Reform. And I think that, look, we've seen apathy is an all-time high. We've seen that angry politicians is an all-time high. And Reform offers honesty, it offers hope. And what unites, I mean, we've pulled from Labour and Conservatives. We unite for our love of our country, as Nigel says, for family and for community. And this is where the rebuilding begins.
And just final question, you're going to have to work with fellow Conservative leaders on the Greater Mayoral Committee in Lincolnshire. Are you going to be able to do that after the divisiveness of this campaign?
I'm going to be the bigger person. I mean, look, don't forget, I was a government whip. I worked even with opposition then. As a Conservative MP, occasionally I was in the opposition lobbies. So I always lead with my heart, and I always do what's right, and I'll do what's best and what's necessary for the people of Lincolnshire.
How much pressure is there on there now for you to actually deliver?
Oh, completely. Look, gosh, I take this seriously because a lot's resting on Reform's future for anyone who gets elected, all the councils up and down the country that we will take control of. You know, it takes it from being a protest party to showing what we can do in power. So this, I will not overpromise. I will deliver what's achievable. Because from here, it's these pivotal moments. We've got the elections in Wales next year. We've got the elections in Scotland. And then the general election. We've obviously got elections here in 2 years' time as well, haven't we? So I will deliver. Yeah.
Can I just ask about the nature of the campaign? You said it was a dirty campaign, but you just used your speech to smear other candidates and to bring up all of that dirty laundry. Do you think that's appropriate?
Well, I ask you, if the police was called on you for something unfounded, if you was reported to the council for something that was unfounded, wouldn't you want to speak out about it? I've always been honest. I was honest about Conservative Prime Ministers when I was a Conservative, so I will always call out bad behaviour.
But you're elected to be a representative for this county now, first mayoralship. Do you think it's appropriate for a politician to be speaking?
I think it's important to restore trust in politicians by speaking the truth. In my 9 years as an MP, I always spoke truth to power, even if it was the Prime Minister. I will continue doing that.
I mean, all the candidates left halfway through your speech. They were so disgusted by what you said. I spoke to the Tory candidate. He left when you said... He left when you said migrants should be put in tents. That's good enough for France. That should be good enough for them too. Do you think that's a divisive way of conducting politics?
I think it's what the majority and the silent majority think.
That's what you think of migrants. That's where they should.
And well, illegal migrants, people come here illegally. They should be put in tents like they do in France.
And people are seeking asylum should also be put in tents.
Well, I think genuine asylum seekers, you know, like Ukraine, etc., that's a different matter.
And then you also accused one candidate of. She said you were parachuted in,
Yes,
and you made a comment about her South African accent. What did you mean by that?
What I meant is, how can they say I've been parachuted in when I spent most of my life in Lincolnshire, school,
Why mention the accent, sorry?
Because the irony of saying someone's been parachuted in who's not even from the country. I mean, I went to school, college, university, so I think...
So someone who's got an accent can't be from this county?
I think, actually, I'm not even going to answer any more of your questions. I think that your questioning is quite divisive. You're looking into things when it was a little play with words, it was a little joke because of the irony. Do you not understand irony?
The only reason I'm asking is because Reform get a reputation for these divisive politics.
Questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. A sensible question. Thank you. My first day on the job is going to actually work with the councillors, and because we've got, you know, we could potentially have a Reform-led council, so I want to support those, because we cannot fail. You know, we've got to deliver for the people of Lincolnshire. So my first thing would be supporting them, some newly elected ones. It's looking at the balance sheet and actually meeting with stakeholders. I mean, I said I will form a Transport for Greater Lincolnshire, where we get stakeholders, even from charities and decision makers, to finally get Lincolnshire moving. I will set up a Lincolnshire-wide business association where we will unite the county, businesses, the great industries, and to ensure that they've got a voice and to push back actually on the government with policies that are not working.
When you look back in 4 years at the end of your term, what's that one thing you really hope you've achieved?
I want Lincolnshire to be thriving. I want the next generation to not have to leave the county for better jobs. I want them to be able to get around the county, and I want those, even with special educational needs like I've got myself, my son's got, to be given that start in life. I want to make Lincolnshire a better place for everybody.
Are you on the same page as Nigel Farage on special educational needs, his suggestion that it's something that's being overdiagnosed and it needs to come up with...
But look, I did see his further comments. I think it has been taken out of context. But look, I've got a reputation of fighting for special educational needs for many years. And I've got a son who's got special education needs, so I'll always fight for him.
It's okay to disagree with people in your party, so you disagree with him on his analysis?
Well, I'm not saying I disagree. I think his words have been taken out of context. So, look, I'll always speak up for what I believe in. And, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. What do you mean by you'll always fight with British people in the queue first of all? Practically, what will that sort of involve in terms of policies that you have some power over going forward?
I mean, for example, if you look in Boston, which Rich is an MP, aren't you, Richard? 25% of social housing goes to people not being born in this country. I mean, I found that quite difficult because I was an MP for 9 years, and I had single parents waiting 8 or 9 years to even get a house, and that just doesn't seem fair to me.
That's not something you will have power over.
No, but you can do political. Well, you're in charge, responsible for housing, aren't you? House building. But what you can do is put political pressure on. Political pressure can go a long way, and I will do that. Thank you.
Andrew Jenkins there, the new mayor for Greater Lincolnshire, winning for Reform, of course. Former Tory MP, defected to Reform and has now won that big job at Mari. And what do you make of what she had to say?
That was a really interesting, fascinating, really, set of questions that Andrea Jenkins was responding to. Excuse me. There. What was interesting was she said, "We're taking reform from being a protest party to a party in power," and we've said this before, haven't we? That's the line that they are pushing: is they are no longer just a protest party; they are a force to be reckoned with, and they are serious and only going to go from strength to strength, and they are really pushing that narrative. She said, "We need to restore trust with voters, and therefore she will always speak the truth to restore those trusts." And then things got a little bit aggravated, let's say. She was asked about comments that she made around housing migrants in tents and how she felt that was fine. She had no problem with that. She said if it was good enough for France, it was good enough for us. Clearly, that is obviously going to make a lot of people incredibly uncomfortable, but she stuck to her guns on that, and she said that's what the silent majority think. And this is something that Reform think they've tapped into when it comes to the electorate. They really think that they are speaking for and representing a large proportion of the population who don't feel comfortable saying certain things or voicing certain concerns, but that secretly, silently feel that way about things like, for instance, immigration and using hotels to house migrants. And therefore, that's what she said, that's what she believes in. And then our very own Serena Barker Singh, on that clip there, one of our political correspondents, she was asking Andrea Jenkins about a comment she made around an opponent's South African accent. And just for the context, what she was arguing was that this opponent had said that Andrea Jenkins had been parachuted into this seat to win this mayoralty. And essentially, what Andrea Jenkins was arguing is she's from there, she's locally invested there, and that she...
They're some of the most powerful forces the game's ever seen. But they're not the only ones who hunger for victory.
Tired of arguing over maintenance? Getting hit with hidden fees? Ghosted by your property manager? You deserve better. Actually, the best. VGL delivers a full range of professional property management services customized to meet your unique needs. Plus, VGL prides itself on its no-nonsense responsiveness and ability to rapidly deliver the services you need when you need them. Ready to experience next-level service? Make the hassle-free switch today.
Unnecessarily perhaps low blow or even something that was inappropriate or even perhaps more than inappropriate from the new Greater Lincolnshire mayor. But as I said earlier, I think another thing that's important to note about what you're seeing on your screens there is we've got a female mayor for Reform. We've now got a female MP in Runcorn and Helsby, won by 6 votes, and now we have a female mayor of Greater Lincolnshire. And that is something that the Reform Party are very, very keen to work on, is their female representation. So at the front of the party, front-facing, they want to have women to show that they are not a macho party, not just a party for men or a party for angry men, but actually a party for everyone, and trying to show that actually they can understand and relate to women here in the UK. And that is really interesting, because if they start to win over perhaps more women as well as men, because at the moment it's slightly more male-dominated, could that be a concern for Labour, Conservative, Lib Dem? Could that be a concern? We'll have to see. But the fact that they are starting to bring in women into their kind of front bench, as it were, I think is notable.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Mari, more from you in a moment. In the meantime, though, let's fill you in on some of the other results. And there was a narrow victory for Labour in the race for North Tyneside Mayor. In the declaration of the night, Karen Clark took 16,230 votes. That's just 444 votes ahead of Reform's John Falkenstein in second place on 15,786. Well, Labour's success in the west of England, where they held the mayoralty there. Helen Godwin winning with 51,197 votes. That's just under 25%. Reform's Aaron Banks was second with 45,252 votes. And another close win for Labour in the Doncaster mayoralty. Ros Jones took 23,805 votes. Reform again, a close second, just 698 votes behind, with 23,107 votes. So I'm joined now by two people. Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor. Hello to you. He's had a long night. And also someone who's probably had a long night as well, Chair of the Labour Party, Ellie Reeve. So a very good morning to you, Ellie Reeve. Thanks so much for joining us. Beaten by Reform in the Runcorn and Helmsley by-election, that must be a big blow for Labour.
Well, incumbent governments never tend to do very well in parliamentary by-elections, and obviously this by-election was held in very difficult circumstances. It's the closest by-election result in history, and it's difficult circumstances for us there.
Well, yeah, but Labour had a majority of nearly 15,000 just 10 months ago.
Yeah, and
it's a seismic swing, isn't it, to reform?
And incumbent governments tend not to do well. And if you look at the results there across the country, you've just spoken some of those mayoral campaigns. We hold the mayoralty in the west of England, in Doncaster, in North Tyneside, and in Runcorn. You know, we weren't able to hold on to that seat by a very narrow margin, and it was in difficult circumstances.
Should Keir Starmer have visited Runcorn? He didn't go to the constituency, did he?
Well,
was that
Prime
a mistake?
Ministers don't normally campaign in by-elections. The Prime Minister has been getting on with running the country, for example, saving British steel, visiting Jaguar Land Rover, representing the UK at the Pope's funeral. And I think that's what people would expect of a Prime Minister.
Did he just not take the seat seriously enough?
That's not right at all. He's been getting on with doing running the country, taking those important decisions that were needed. And it isn't normal for a Prime Minister to campaign in a by-election.
Looking across all the results that we've seen overnight, it strikes me that something big has happened. Last year at the general election, Reform UK proved that they could make big inroads to the Tory vote. But overnight, we've seen multiple examples that Reform UK can actually also cannibalise the Labour vote. Do you accept something big is happening?
Well, look, you know, we held on to those contests in Doncaster, in the west of England, in North Tyneside. And I think that, you know, one of the things that will happen now is that people will take a closer look at Reform's policies now that, you know, they hold the Greater Lincolnshire Mayor, for example. They've won this seat in Runcorn. And when people look at those policies, you know, just this week, Nigel Farage talked about moving away from the NHS being paid for from general taxation. He's talked previously about an insurance-based system for the NHS. And I think people will start to look at those policies. There's been a lot of noise from Reform, a lot of hype from Reform, but actually people will now, I think, take a closer look at some of their policies.
I mean, it sounds like you're conceding that perhaps Labour wasn't leading the charge against Reform quite strongly enough, but it strikes me that you, over the last few months, you've actually tried to move on to territory that Reform voters might find more appealing, with the cuts to aid spending in order to boost military and some of the changes around net zero promises to do with cars in particular. Was it disappointing that, having made those moves, you weren't able to do better in some of the areas against Reform?
Well, by-elections are always difficult, but, you know, last July, the public voted overwhelmingly for change at the general election. And people are impatient for change. It doesn't happen overnight. We're impatient for change as well. We are getting on with starting to deliver the change that people voted for. For example, NHS waiting lists being down 6 months in a row, increase to national minimum wage, giving a pay rise to 3.5 million workers, starting to roll out breakfast clubs in primary schools. That change doesn't happen overnight, and we know we need to move further and faster on that.
But that sounds to me like you're saying that nothing needs to change in the decisions that you've made and the policies that you're pursuing. If everyone just hangs on a bit, then the voters will come around your way. But you've told them what you're going to do. Why do you think they're not believing you?
Well, I think that change doesn't happen overnight.
No, but they know what you've promised to do. They know the end point that you say you're going to get to. And you're right to point out that it hasn't happened yet, but they clearly don't believe you're going to get there.
Well,
Otherwise, they'd vote.
Waiting lists have started to go down. Just at the beginning of April, the national minimum wage went up, so people will start to see the effects of that. It doesn't happen.
So why the relentless decline in your share of the vote in the polls?
People want to feel better off. They want to feel as though they've got more money in their pockets, and that is starting to happen. Pensioners getting an increase to their pension up to £470 because of our commitment to the triple lock, which the Tories have cast out
you don't think this response sounds a little bit complacent? You're basically saying, we're doing everything right, you'll realise that in time?
I don't think so, because we recognise people are impatient for change. We are too. We know we need to move further and faster. It doesn't happen overnight. We're taking those tough decisions to put more money into the NHS so that those waiting lists go down, and they have been going down. But they need to go down even further. There are still people waiting too long for that treatment. We know that people want to feel as though they've got more money in their pockets. You know, we've increased the national minimum wage. Interest rates have gone down 3 times since the election. But we know that it takes time for people to feel the effects of those things. That's why we need to go further and faster, and we're impatient for that change as well.
Should Labour, though, learn lessons from this? I mean, have Reform got it right on some issues, like immigration on net zero? Should you learn lessons from them on those areas, for example?
Well, on immigration, you know, we've set up Boards of Security Command. Since we came into government, we've removed 24,000 people with no right to be here, the highest rate of removals for a long time. Well, look, as I said, we need to go further and faster on a whole range of issues. We are impatient for that change that people voted for last July as well. The plan for change is starting to work. We're seeing some of those green shoots, but we know we need to do more.
So are you ruling out any kind of reset, any kind of rethink?
We've got our plan for change. Actually, it's about delivering on that, delivering on the things that are important to people, whether that's more police on the streets, securing our borders, getting those free breakfast clubs rolled out, making sure that the economy is stable, that we're bringing investment in, that people have got more money in their pockets. We've started that work. The plan is working, but it takes time.
So Reform have taken this by-election in Runcorn and Helsby. They've also won the mayoralty in Greater Lincolnshire. They squeezed you in some of those other mayoral races as well. Nigel Farage was this morning saying we're now the opposition party to the Labour Party. Is that how you see it?
Well, look, in Greater Lincolnshire, that was never a contest where we were competitive.
But an example of how well they've done so far.
Well, we've held those mayoralties in Doncaster, in the west of England, in North Tyneside. And, you know, that's really important to remember, because there were significant elections that were counted overnight. One of the things about Runcorn is that the Tories very much sort of sat that election out. Esther McVeigh, senior Conservative MP in the area, basically said that the Tories shouldn't be campaigning there and should gift the seat to Reform. We've heard Robert Jenrick talk about sort of a coalition, and actually I think moderate voters would be appalled by that idea of a Tory Reform coalition. You know, I think actually the Tories and Reform need to come clean about whether there are these backroom deals. If you vote Conservative, are you getting Reform? If you vote Reform, are you getting Conservative?
But I was just wondering, do you see Reform now as your main opposition?
Well, look, you know, the Tories are the opposition. If you think about the councils that are going to be counting their votes today, most of those councils are held by the Conservatives. Most of those shire councils are Conservative held. In many of those places, they'll be counting today. In many places, it's battle between Conservative and Reform, and we'll see what happens with those.
OK, well, Ellie Reeves, we appreciate your time. Lots more results to come, as you say, with council elections throughout the day, so you've got a busy day ahead.
Yes.
We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming in and joining us.
Thanks very much.
Sam, stay with me. Don't you escape. What do you make of what we're hearing from the government while Ellie Reeves leaves the set?
I think it's hard. I think it's hard to understate just how important so far the results have been, because they've told us that something big is potentially happening in British politics. At the general election, Reform UK clearly made inroads into the Tory vote, but now I think unarguably Reform UK is doing a lot better in Labour areas. And so the question is, how does Labour respond? Now, arguably, they've spotted this trend coming, made a series of announcements on things like defence spending and aid spending that I think they thought would be more reform-friendly. I'm not sure that there was any evidence that particularly helped. So the question is, what do they do now? Now, I'm struck, there's Ellie Reeves and we had Emma Reynolds earlier overnight, that they're all reading from the same script, and it is a script. And it basically says voters just need to hang on and everything will get a bit better. I think that prompts the question, why don't voters believe now the promises that are being made? If they know the destination, why don't they trust where you're going to get? I think this is very much a holding line. strongly suspect that over the weeks to come, we hear number 10's tone shifting a bit. You probably do start hearing about crackdowns on migration, probably tougher rules, also a more sympathetic approach to net zero, that's sympathetic to people who feel the costs are a bit too much. There might even be permission for more oil to be extracted from under the North Sea, a battle that Rachel Reeves will win against Ed Miliband, things that will better reflect Reform UK potential voters. But the question is any of that enough? Because I think what we're seeing in British politics is something really big and really interesting between those forces that want to rip up an awful lot of things in order to change things, and really frustrated voters are going to parties like Reform UK because they promised that, versus parties like Labour, which still want to largely work within the existing structures, within international law, within government frameworks at this moment. You know, in America, voters voted for big change and ripping up the system. There is just the start of a suggestion that that's how British voters are going as well. How does Labour and the Tories respond to that? It's going to be one of the most fascinating questions for British politics in the weeks to come.
Yeah, and we've got a bit of a sense of the initial response, at least from Labour, and we're going to hear from the Tories a little bit later on. And also you're going to be back with your podcast co-host, Anne McElvoy, very shortly. And we'll get your dual analysis then. Sam, for the moment, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Plenty more politics to come. In the meantime, though, let's turn our attention to Israel's military, which says it's carried out an airstrike near Syria's presidential palace after warning the country's authorities over attacks on members of a minority sect living in the south. Well, dozens were killed in the strike, the second in as many days. So let's get the very latest on that with our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle. So, Alistair, tell us more about what we know.
Well, Israel carried out this strike very close to the presidential palace on the outskirts of Damascus last night. So, I mean, symbolically pretty significant, being in close proximity to power in Damascus, but also, according to Israel's defense minister and prime minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who released a joint statement, this was a warning to the Syrian regime not to send their forces south of Damascus and to protect the Druze community in Syria. Now, the Druze are a small, pretty secretive sort of offshoot of Islam, really, who have communities in Israel, in Lebanon, in Jordan, and in Syria, many of them living in villages close to the Israeli border. Ever since the overthrow of President Bashar al-Assad last December, Israel has promised to protect the Druze community. There's been protests this week in Israel from particularly Druze members of the Israeli Defense Forces, calling on the Israeli government to do more to protect the Druze community in Syria, because there's been clashes between the Druze, armed Islamist militants and regime forces south of Damascus in recent days, where dozens have been killed. So this was a warning shot, we're told, to the Syrian regime. We don't actually know exactly what it was that the Israelis targeted, what damage was done, whether there are any casualties at this stage. But as I say, clearly a warning shot. The fact it came very close to the presidential palace as well is pretty significant. What I should add is, in the last few hours, late last night, a deal was struck between some senior Druze leaders and regime forces in order to cooperate, and that is hoped will quell and calm the violence.
OK, Alistair, thanks very much indeed. Thanks for the update. We appreciate it. So let's return now to the local elections, by-elections, council elections, so many elections going on. And I'm very happy to say that we've got Sky News elections analyst Michael Thrasher with us now to give his analysis. A long night. Fair to say that Reform are going to be feeling pretty pleased this morning.
It's an astonishing night that we've witnessed, and one of the most spectacular parliamentary by-elections ever, in terms of the narrowness of Reform's victory, the swing against a government that has only been in power for 10 months with a landslide majority. It's just, you can't write this stuff. It's just unbelievable. And they've also won a directly elected mayor in Greater Lincolnshire. So on two fronts, two important fronts, they've announced themselves as a party that can gather votes with impact, which they didn't do at the general election. They only won 5 seats with a high vote share. And they've also announced themselves as a presence in local government with the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral result. And throughout today, they will continue to win council seats. And that really will damage the Conservative Party a great deal. And on a number of county councils and unitary councils, Reform will be the largest party. They may even gain one of those councils. It's an astonishing result.
So they've taken Runcorn and Helmsley by-election, they've taken that seat from Labour. They've won in Greater Lincolnshire, beating the Tory candidate. That was their closest rival. So taking votes from both parties, who has the most to fear from Reform, do you think?
They both do. How Labour can't brush aside a defeat following a landslide victory, 10 months, where, and suddenly, you know, public confidence in the government has evaporated, popularity ratings are slumping, and Reform are tapping into a mood in the electorate which is about disillusionment and distrust, not just of Labour, but also of the Conservatives. They've still not forgiven the Conservatives, and they don't like Labour, and they've turned to Reform as an alternative. And also what we'll see today is probably, most likely, the Liberal Democrats and possibly the Greens also doing well, as people desert the two parties that have dominated British politics for so many years and are saying, we've had enough of this.
Well, that's right. And Nigel Farage saying just that. He's talking about sort of seismic change in politics. Is that how you see it? Are we moving away from that classic duopoly of the two parties, Labour and the Conservatives, to a more fragmented picture?
Well, it certainly is for the time being. It is seismic because Reform is fighting these elections from zero in most cases. And it's winning 30, 35, 40% of the vote. Right, so it's got no base for this kind of erosion. And we're seeing a collapse in the Conservative vote from the 2021 elections, where they polled a 40% national equivalent vote. And we're seeing, again, like the general election, a fall of about 20 points in the Conservative share. So the Conservative recovery has not happened. It is not happening. And there is a seismic shift. And both Labour and the Conservatives have got a real job on their hands to stop this from happening.
As we heard from Ellie Reeves, chair of the Labour Party, she was saying, but look at the mayoralties that we've had declared so far. Yes, Greater Lincolnshire has gone to Reform, but we've won 3. We've hung on to 3 mayoral elections.
Well, they won Bristol by a small margin, and they won it with 25% of the vote. What does that tell us is at the general election, Labour did very well in that area, and the Greens also did well, but the Reform ran second in that mayoralty election. So it demonstrates a fragility in Labour. And Labour is bound to be talking about the Tories are in trouble this time, but if they really don't recognise the trouble that they're in, their parliamentary majority is not going to be threatened. But if the public take this kind of attitude towards Labour and desert the two main parties in the same volume as this, then Labour's huge majority would be threatened at the next general election. There's no two ways about it.
Well, Michael, always so interesting to get your analysis, and I know that you'll be featuring through our coverage later on in the day, but we really appreciate you staying up and chatting to us just now. It's quite a night. Thanks very much indeed. And let's just recap the headline result, perhaps, of the night, that Reform have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election by just 6 votes, as Michael was saying there. Sarah Pochin took 12,645 votes, with Labour's Karen Shaw just behind on 12,639. Now, Jackie's here. You don't usually have to read out scores like that, do you? They're not usually thousands when you're talking about different competitions.
Well, there are actually quite a few today because it was a really good night in Europe for English clubs. Plenty of goals, some very good results. Let's have a look.
Staying connected is vital for business.
Sky Business sponsors this report.
It strikes me that it's changed an awful lot even in the last 10 or 15 years. It wasn't very long ago we had yourself, we had Sam Allardyce, Alan Pardew, Steve McLaren, Steve Bruce, Harry Redknapp, all of you competing amongst each other in the top division. And that was a decade and a half ago. It wasn't that long ago.
No.
So that seemed a heck of a change so quickly, doesn't it?
Well, you're talking about people pretty much the same sort of age as well, of course. You know, maybe that was a generation, wasn't it, you're talking of? You know, we were probably at quite an important part of our careers in that period, and after, with quite a long CV and a lot of clubs behind that we could refer to, which would suggest we can do this job. I mean, now, of course, you know, the focus is often on the younger coach, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that either. It's a young person's game, so I don't complain about that at all. But as a result, of course, when they're looking for a younger coach, these clubs, often they probably think they're going to find him abroad. The Premier League is becoming a force to itself. I mean, the amount of money, it reminds me of Italy when I was there, because Italy was a place where all the players were being attracted to and where the big money was. So there's been an enormous change. So that's where the Premier League is today. So any job that comes up in the Premier League is not going to be, well, here's a list of Englishmen who might be interested in the job or who might be candidates. You go out, well, who's at Bayern Munich at the moment? Who's at Barcelona? Who's at Real Madrid? Who's at PSG? Why don't we get one of those? Because you know that they can actually be attracted to the job, because the job is extremely well paid, and you're playing in a league which is, in most people's view, at least all English people's view, one of the best leagues in the world.
The Italian one is probably more tactical, defensive side. Spanish is more quality, more technique. And England is everything. It's physicality, it's strong, it's quality, it's all the best manager like Carlo Ancelotti, Pep, Klopp, the best manager in this moment in the world. They were all here in England. It's the toughest one for sure.
It is the league that everyone wants to be coach in. Pick one league, everyone will say, I want to coach in the Premier League if possible. It is extremely difficult. I think the level of coaching in the Premier League is insane. From every team. If you look at the details and the tactical level, I think is extremely high.
If you look at the opposition every week that you're facing, the quality, it's huge. Also of the coaches and the managers, how they can tweak things within the game, and you have to react to it. Those levels are world class.
The Premier League has long been a home for elite managers from right across the world. But in terms of English managerial representation abroad, that's still very poor. Just look at the number of games managed in the Champions League since 1992 across Europe. And not one of those coaches...
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Do stay with us. We've got lots coming up for you here on The Breakfast Show, and a hugely successful night for Reform UK. So what does that say about the direction of British politics? We're going to be discussing that with Sam and Anne after the break.
The Premier League Run-In is live on NBC and streaming on Peacock, with crucial fixtures in the race for Europe. Saturday, Arsenal look to finish strong against Bournemouth. Expect the unexpected. Sunday, exclusively on Peacock, Champions League hopefuls Chelsea take on the Premier League champions Liverpool. This is the Premier League Run-In, live on NBC and Peacock.
Over there, to your left. There have been airstrikes every day. Hezbollah are very sensitive about us showing any pictures, and we're being hurried away right now. It felt akin to riding into some sort of Armageddon. Many other areas have been hit badly. There are shells coming in every few minutes. Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city, where there's a column of Russian armoury. I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul. It's trying to hit us. That's it. It got us then. There's a lot of action going on. A lot of hits. Still, we were the first journalists and
the only outsiders to reach the site of the attack several weeks after it happened.
We found from the missile.
It's very difficult to see what around here could be conceived of as a legitimate military target.
Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, a boat seriously overcrowded. This is one of the most severe viruses in the world.
Clearly not had very much to eat at all, a lot of them extremely thin and very frail. Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Whoa!
Getting up close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war.
This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime. They don't care for that. Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away. So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
Do you know what kind of pollen gets up your nose? Sky News Pollen Reports, brought to you by the Kleenex Pollen Pal app.
We'll expect a largely fine start today, if a little chilly in the north, but there'll be a few showers around. They'll mostly fade through the morning, but the breezy north of Scotland will keep a few. It'll be cooler than recently, but still very warm in the south. And the afternoon will be similar, mostly dry with some sunshine, but the odd shower will develop in the south. England and Wales can expect high oak pollen counts with some early flowering grass too, but elsewhere there will be low levels.
Sky News Pollen Reports, brought to you by the Kleenex Pollen Pal app.
So let's get some more local election reaction now. I'm joined by the hosts of Politics at Sam and Anne's, Sam Coates and Anne McElvoy. A very good morning to you. And first of all, Anne, did you manage to collar Sam at all? He's been on air virtually constantly to record the podcast this morning.
There was one moment when we sat down and there was an empty chair in front of me on the screen, and I thought, is Sam Coates going to show up? I mean, can you have Politics with Sam and Anne without Sam? And of course, just-in-time delivery from Mr. Coates.
You squeaked it. And there was quite a story to tell, which no doubt you have been going through on the podcast. But Anne, what do you make of what's happened overnight?
I think we are now at an inflection point. I think whatever the totality of the results, when we get it all, in fairness, we should just wait till everything gets finally tallied and correct. But you can't say that Reform's strategy did not pay off. They clearly knew what they were gunning for there with that by-election result from them in Runcorn is really the bumper sticker that they wanted. But also, even when Labour was hanging on, I've been looking particularly at results across the North East, and we've got more coming in Durham and Northumberland, it's Labour hanging on, often by a few hundred votes. So the sense that Reform has the momentum is definitely there. And of course, they will also have, in Greater Lincolnshire, they'll have as a sort of first big sort of combined majority that they're going to be actually running. They're going to get their hands on something. So I think it's a very sweet day for them. Big challenges for how Labour respond, both in the communications today, but also in policy terms and in the kind of, the DNA of does Labour, which is built to fight Tories, does it now have to shift to fight Reform?
Well, yeah, and what do you make of how they've responded so far, Sam? Because you and I spoke to Ellie Reeves, Labour chair, just a short while ago, and she was keen to say, on the plus side, we've won those 3 mayoral elections and hung on to those. Plus, she said, by-elections are always difficult, a chance for people to protest. I mean, what do you make of how they are responding?
Well, they've got a script, haven't they? Ellie Reeves was saying the same as Emma Reynolds a couple of hours before. And their script is, our plan is the right one, people just haven't seen it sort of play out in practice, to which I'd throw back, hang on, well, you've told them what you're going to do, they clearly don't believe you, otherwise they'd be supporting you. So, but what they're trying to do, I think, is just have a holding pattern. I think this set of elections is going to have an impact, right? That something massive has happened, which is Reform UK now have proof of concept that they can go into Labour areas, just like they went into Tory areas last week. And I think we're going to see over time how Labour responds. But I think there's going to be an issue there, because there will be a desire amongst some inside Keir Starmer's regime, his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, to try and, work out how you train your guns on those, on Reform UK and hook in their voters. And there's a way of doing that is to sort of ape a little bit of the tone in the policy that they take. But that will come at a cost in other parts of the Labour coalition. Think of the sort of Ed Miliband's and the Angela Rayners. They will rankle and dislike any move. I mean, we've seen some steps already, the cutting of the aid budget, the increasing the military budget, some of the moves to water down net zero stuff. There'll be a move in bits of Keir Starmer's regime to do more of that, but there'll be an equal and opposite force from other places around the cabinet table.
Well, that's right, not just the cabinet table, but other areas of the country, because if they move too far to the right, they're going to lose votes to the Liberal Democrats, say, or the Greens, aren't they?
Yes, that's very possible, and we've seen a sort of choppy picture for the Greens, for instance, but precisely on that point, well, this was a messy week about net zero messaging. You also had that intervention, not entirely helpfully timed by Tony Blair, made a nuanced case, but it was one that was a bit challenging to the Labour position. So there is that, but the other danger of what Sam lays out is exactly what will be the discussion. But the danger is you don't get the analysis right. So you move, but you don't move on the right things that the voters are really caring about. So if I look at something, and when we see, let's have a look and see what happens, for instance, in Durham County Council, where you've got... was a completely solid Labour council all the time. I grew up and covered the area. Now you find Reform is nibbling very close with a kind of Doge, like Durham Doge-like message that there's a heck of a lot of waste, that is really going after things that... So it's not exactly the big picture things that you might want to move on. It's actually saying, we don't like the way you run things. And that's a harder one for Labour to deal with from the centre, isn't it? You can do sort of big shifts in tone and in priorities. But you have to be quite careful that you don't answer the wrong exam question here. I think that is something the parties have a tendency to do with Reform, because it's a bit like when you try to swat it, it's moved somewhere else.
Although I think there is one element that might work in the favour of Labour and Tory. As we've been pointing out, one of the reasons why today is important is because suddenly Reform UK are going to run things in Lincolnshire, and as well as having an MP, increase their MP count in Parliament. Does Andrew Jenkins end up running that combined authority? Well, there are huge powers. There's budgets, there's planning responsibilities, there's transport. She's got to show she does it well. And I think there will be enormous scrutiny on how she runs that combined authority, whether or not she manages to cut costs, whether or not she brings in auditors, whether or not the transport improves, because it's great having theory, but my goodness, it's both in Labour and the Tories' interest to hold a huge microscope up at the way she does things.
And Nigel Farage, ahead of these elections, did say his one fear was delivery. He knew that with power came responsibility, and he had to match up to promises. And we focused a lot on Labour, what this means for Labour, but later in the day, the Tories will see 18 of their councils being defended. And they risk losing a lot of seats to Reform themselves.
Indeed. I mean, this is absolutely a two-prong attack. I think it's going to be very uncomfortable for the Conservatives. The overall picture looks pretty bleak for them. And the question will then arise again about Kemi Badenoch's leadership and what is the right thing to do about Reform. Now, various things have been tried. We've seen Robert Jenrick putting a toe in the water, very prominent story about his view of Reform, broken by my learned friend here on where we are sitting now at Sky News. But that is very typical of what is happening inside the Conservative Party, are simply awkward questions being asked about what to do. And in some of the places, particularly those places I was looking at overnight, if you had Reform, the Conservatives either going up together or in some form of arrangement or well, there would have been a very different result. Now, that's easy to say. Theoretically, lots of things would be different if you got into bed with another party you don't want to get into bed with. But I don't think that pressure will go away. I'm not saying it's the outcome or the right thing to do, but I think those questions will be asked because a bit like Labour, but perhaps with even less time to correct, it isn't working. I mean, something is not working. It is early days. It's a difficult party to take over for Kemi Badenoch. Everyone knows their challenges, but something needs to start looking like it's a bit sunnier for them, and I don't think it's going to be today's results.
No, and the Liberal Democrats are going to make some inroads potentially as well for the Tories too.
We should acknowledge.
Both of you, looking forward to hearing the podcast after I come off air.
Please.
But lovely to see you both.
Hope it's not just you.
Oh no, it won't be. All my friends. Thanks very much indeed. Let's take a look at the weather now.
The perfect climate, wherever the destination. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, after yesterday's record warmth, it'll be cooler today and noticeably cooler this weekend. It's mostly fine out there now, if a little chilly in the north, but there are a few showers around. Any showers across the south will fade this morning, but the blustery north of Scotland will keep a few. Expect plenty of sunshine, but cloud will build across northern parts by lunchtime. Some coastal areas of southern England and East Anglia may see misty low cloud moving in too, and it'll be cooler than recently, but still very warm in the sunny south. The afternoon looks mainly fine, but the far north will see further showers, with the odd one developing over southern England as well.
The perfect climate, whatever the forecast. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional.
This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
Well, very good morning. It's 8 o'clock. Coming up on the show today, a blow to the government as Reform UK win the Runcorn and Helsby by-election.
Plus, are we halfway towards an all-English Europa League final? That's after big wins for both Manchester United and Tottenham.
It's Friday, the 2nd of May.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Reform UK gain a new MP as Sarah Pochin is elected to Parliament, beating Labour by just 6 votes. Leader Nigel Farage makes an appearance after an early morning recount, saying there's been a seismic shift in British politics.
We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
The fight back to save the heart and soul of our great country has now begun.
Plus, more success for Reform as former Tory MP Dame Andrea Jenkins becomes the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire. Wins too for Labour, who hold mayoralties in Doncaster, the west of England and North Tyneside, albeit a close-run race in Tyneside, with Reform just 444 votes behind.
And in the Premier League, Nottingham Forest missed the chance to go third as they were beaten 2-0 by Brentford.
Hello, very good morning. Thanks for joining us here on The Breakfast Show. Our top story here today, Reform UK have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election in a blow to the government. It was the first meaningful test of Sir Keir Starmer's premiership, with Labour having won the seat by a massive majority in last year's general election. So here are those results, which came after a dramatic early morning recount. So Reform have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election by just 6 votes. Sarah Pochin took 12,645 votes, with Labour's Karen Shaw just behind on 12,639. Well, after it was announced Reform had secured victory in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election, the party's leader, Nigel Farage, told our chief political correspondent John Craig that the result showed even traditional Labour voters have lost faith.
But just think about the swing. Think about the change. This is heartland Labour Party. Their vote has collapsed, and much of it's come to us. And that does away with the sort of media narrative that somehow it's just us versus the Conservatives. It's not. This is a whole different politics. What tonight does is it embeds us. We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
Well, another victory for Reform in Greater Lincolnshire, where they've won the mayoralty. With 9 of the 9 councils declared, Andrea Jenkins won 104,133 votes, a thumping majority of almost 40,000. The next closest candidate was the Conservative Rob Waltham on 64,585. Well, Ms Jenkins used her victory speech to criticise how the election had been run.
We're going to have a Britain where we put British people first, where we put you and your families first. We'll make sure that you are in front of the queue and you are at the heart of our policy decisions. Today, we as Reform, as we're making gains up and down the country, you will see an end to soft-touch Britain. The fight back to save the heart and soul of our great country has now begun. Now that Reform is in a place of power, we can help start rebuilding Britain. Inch by inch, Reform will reset Britain to its glorious past. We will tackle illegal migration. We've been working on policies. I say no to putting people in hotels. Tents are good enough for France. They should be good enough for here in Britain. But I take my hat off to our great leader, Nigel. Now, he has fought for decades, and he still fights for you here today. And I know one day he will make a magnificent Prime Minister.
Well, after that declaration, our political correspondent Serena Barker-Singh challenged Ms Jenkins on some of her comments.
A lot's resting on Reform's future for anyone who gets elected, all the councils up and down the country that we will take control of. You know, it takes it from being a protest party to showing what we can do in power.
You said it was a dirty campaign, but you just used your speech to smear other candidates and to bring up all of that dirty laundry. Do you think that's appropriate?
Well, I ask you, if the police was called on you for something unfounded, if you was reported to the council for something that was unfounded, wouldn't you want to speak out about it? I've always been honest. I was honest about Conservative Prime Ministers when I was a Conservative, so I will always call out bad behaviour.
But you're elected to be a representative for this county now, first mayorship. Do you think it's appropriate for a politician to be speaking?
I think it's important to restore trust in politicians by speaking the truth. In my 9 years as an MP, I always spoke truth to power, even if it was the Prime Minister. I will continue doing that.
I mean, all the candidates left halfway through your speech. They were so disgusted by what you said. I spoke to the Tory candidate. He left when you said... He left when you said migrants should be put in tents. That's good enough for France. That should be good enough for them too. Do you think that's a divisive way of conducting politics?
I think it's what the majority and the silent majority think.
That's what you think of migrants. That's where they should.
And well, illegal migrants, people come here illegally. They should be put in tents like they do in France.
And people seeking asylum should also be put in tents.
Well, I think genuine asylum seekers, you know, like Ukraine, etc., that's a different matter.
And then you also accused one candidate of, she said you were parachuted in,
yes,
and you made a comment about her South African accent. What did you mean by that?
What I meant is, how can they say I've been parachuted in when I spent most of my life in Lincolnshire, school,
Why mention the accent, sorry?
Because the irony of saying someone's been parachuted in who's not even from the country. I mean, I went to school, college, university, so I think...
So someone who's got an accent can't be from this county?
I think, actually, I'm not even going to answer any more of your questions. I think that your questioning is quite divisive. You're looking into things when it was a little play with words, it was a little joke because of the irony. Do you not understand irony?
Andrew Jenkins there. Let's cross now to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who's at the screen. He's going to dig into some of the numbers for us. Sam.
Well, Anna, 10 hours after polls closed, we've got most of the mayors, we've got the by-election result. We really haven't had many councils, but what that means is that we've got some sense of where this is going, and this is an important night because of the firsts, and we're going to have a look at some of those. The first by-election of this parliament, and it's a win for Reform, a party that barely scratched the surface in the general election in this seat, now taking the seat by a majority of 6, the slimmest of margins. Let's go straight over here to look at what changed in order to give Reform that advantage. You can see the Reform vote going up 20 percentage points. Labour, really the biggest victims today. They're down 14%. The Conservatives down 8 as well. This, and we're going to see a lot of this pattern over the next 24 hours, I think, is really the story of the election. Labour down, in fact, more than the Tories at the hands of Reform, and I think that's a big deal. The narrowest of margins. But also, this is another critical point. This is a Labour area. This is a 49th safest seat for the Labour Party until the early hours of this morning. Now Reform is getting close to 40% of the vote in areas like this. This is why I think you'll hear talk about British politics changing, and changing in a way that will make life harder for the two main parties. Look at this. Look at just historically, since the Second World War, just how slim that margin is. 6 votes. You have to go back to 1973 before there was anything even remotely that slim, 57 votes. And this also, if we look at it, you can see how much better Reform is doing now than in the last Parliament. The highest it ever got in the last Parliament was just under 17% of the vote. Now it's winning elections with almost 40% of the vote. Things are changing, and voters that we didn't think might be appealed by Reform UK are, and that's important. Now let's look at this. This is what's going on in the mayoral races. So far, we've got 3 mayoralties that have gone to Labour and 1 also to Reform UK. You just heard from her talking to Serena, that's Andrea Jenkins. And again, look at this percentage. She's getting 42% of the vote. This race, however, is a bit different. This was a fight against the Conservatives, a pretty much straight fight between those two parties. This shows that Reform UK can still do what it did during the general election and fight and win against the Tory party. So problems for them as well. And then look at this. What you've got is the impact. Here are the results for the 3 mayoralties that Labour actually managed to hang on to. So Labour won, fair enough. A win's a win, as I'm sure cabinet ministers will be telling us all day long. But look at this. In all 3 of them, who comes second? But it's Reform. And it's Reform really running the Labour Party very, very close. Again, this is the Labour Party now facing a challenge that they didn't really have to think about in the general election, but now Reform poses a challenge to them. We almost have no council results yet. There's only 1 council that's counted. And again, you can see 23 seats going to Reform at the expense of Tories and Labour. Labour actually slightly worse off. That's the picture now. I think the Tories will find it harder over the coming hours. So stick with Sky News.
Sam, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's get the view of the Tories now. I'm joined by the co-chairman of the Conservative Party, Nigel Huddleston. Very good morning to you.
Good morning.
First of all, how do you feel it's going for you so far?
Well, we knew this was going to be a tough night because we're coming off the 2021 high where we were winning seats right across the country we'd never won before. We actually got 65% of the seats back in 2021. We won the Hartlepool by-election on the same day, the so-called vaccine bounce. So the cycle meant this was going to be difficult for us. And that's tough because we're losing good councillors. So it's a tough night, but our key job is to hold Labour to account. And we've been doing that over the last few months, and I think the results we've seen so far is this has been a bad night for us. We expected it. This is a terrible night for Labour.
Well, yeah, I mean, you say it's been a bad night for you. Are you disappointed that voters aren't more excited about Kemi Badenoch, your new leader, who's promised change?
Well, look, Kemi's been out and about across the country, as have I, and what I've seen is real enthusiasm for her. People want to hear more from her, and they like what they hear from her. They like what she's saying. But she's only been leader for 6 months, and this is a marathon, not a sprint. It will take time. And in the meantime, though, our key job as His Majesty's opposition is to hold this disastrous Labour government to account on the terrible policies that they are implementing. And on that, actually, that resonated well on the doorsteps. People do recognise that we're doing that. But these local elections were always going to be tough. And it's not a surprise that Reform won in Lincolnshire or indeed in Runcorn. In fact, actually, I thought they would have won by more in Runcorn. But it also shows there has been a bit of a shift. Historically, Reform have tried to position themselves as more right-wing than the Conservative Party. They won last night a safe Labour seat. And this is something I've been saying on this show previously. They are emerging into a populist, popular party, not an alternative to the Conservatives, but trying to transcend, promise everything to everybody. That is not a long-term sustainable position. You can't be both low tax and big government. That's what they're trying to do. It's popular, it's populist, but it's not conservative. We will be developing very clear conservative propositions over the coming months and years, and that will take time.
It's all very well analysing Reform UK's position and strategy, but I'm wondering really what bright spots there are for you, if any. I just want to ask you about something specific. We're picking up suggestions that the Conservative campaign for the Cambridgeshire mayoralty, which I think are quite high hopes that ex-MP Paul Bristow might win there, Tories are starting to get a bit worried that they might not have picked up that one thing that they were quite hopeful of. What's the latest on that race, to the best of your understanding?
Well, I was campaigning with Paul, and again, he's a known personality there. He was the former MP for Peterborough. He's well-liked and well-known, and won a really, really good local campaign based on what he would do as mayor.
And you should be winning that. You should be winning that mayoralty.
The reality is, though, you know, we'll find out in just a short period of time. But I think this is important as well. You know, we have seen Reform go across the country, campaigning partly on local issues, but leaflet after leaflet after leaflet has been about immigration. It's been about stopping the boats, what they've been saying. That's nothing to do with the mayoralties and the local elections. And the point I'm making here is that the campaign was based on local issues, what we would do locally, how we'd execute things. Now, it's not up to us to dictate to people how they choose to vote. If they choose to vote on national rather than local issues, so be it. But Paul ran an excellent campaign, and I hope he'll win.
What you've just done is probably rightly say that this campaign was influenced by national factors. That sounds like a backdoor indictment of your leader, Kemi Badenoch, I just wonder what are the features at the moment when you look at the various party leaders?
Yeah.
Is you see Nigel Farage barrelling round the country enthusiastically, but you just can't say that Kemi Badenoch is a sort of upbeat, enthusiastic, energy-full leader. You know, when you put the two of them side by side, you know.
Well, why don't you do that then? Because this is the key thing, actually. We're in opposition now. It's a different world to when we're in government. And actually getting airtime on media can sometimes be challenging. Kemi has been to every single county that has got elections. I have also been there, as have the Merrills. We don't get the airtime that we used to. And actually our job is to run elections. It's not being on telly all the time. Now, it's really important point you're making.
Airtime or not?
I think it's a fair point. But please don't say that Kemi hasn't been out and about. She has. And where people hear her, they're really enthusiastic.
You're misunderstanding my question. My question really is, isn't Kemi Badenoch just a bit too perma-gloomy?
No. She's serious because she's not going around the country promising simple solutions to complex questions. She is the leader of the opposition, and that comes with the awesome responsibility of holding this Labour government to account, this shambolic Labour government to account, which we've done a pretty good job at, as evidenced by their collapse overnight as well.
Do people not
But also
hope?
then, over time, make sure... But Kemi Badenoch has been leader of the party for 6 months. Nigel Farage has been a strong character in British politics for 20 years. It will take time. Kemi has said again and again and again, this is a marathon, not a sprint.
Does she have enough time, though?
Yes, because we've got 4 years until the next general election. And it's really important that we use this time wisely, we develop credible policy framework and act and look as a team. Nigel Farage is still the Nigel Farage show. Kemi Badenoch has said again and again, it's not just about her, it's about the team. We have a shadow cabinet day in, day out, holding Labour to account over there in the House of Commons, making Labour ministers shake. We hold Labour to account in bill committees. Reform don't even turn up.
You say that you've got 4 years for Kemi Badenoch to get to the right place. Would you say that in the period that she has been leader, she's improved?
She has. I mean, I think actually you can see she's becoming more confident at dispatch box. She was very, very clear on the messaging at these local elections. Lower taxes, better services. When we were around the country, people were flocking to her. They really enjoyed what she had to say. And I think this is important, and you've probably got your number crunchers and pollsters and people looking at this as well. It is very important that if you've got a leader, that when people see them, they want to hear more from them. It's far better that way than the other way, where some people want to hear less from some leaders. Kemi, people want to hear more from, and they will be doing that.
They're showing it in an odd way. The poll ratings for the Conservatives are going down. The by-election result, they didn't really feature. They're losing seats and different things to
This is a
reform.
by-election in a safe Labour seat. Where we came third at the last election.
No, but there are other areas where, you know, you've got a straight fight between Tories and Reform are getting the better of you. There is nowhere, I would posit, where you can point to a good story as of now.
Well, we are actually, the number of activists we had out and about across the country, the ground war we had, people knocking on doors,
So
not just...
you tried very hard
really
and
important.
still didn't do very well.
Well, no, this is the key thing. We also need to work on our media presence and our social media. This is absolutely... You are right. We are learning the lessons of last year's general election, where we lost 2/3 of MPs. But I can tell you this, we have a really good ground operation.
I was going to say, you're giving us a long list of things that you're getting wrong. What are you getting right? Because your ground operation didn't exactly deliver any good results at this election.
Well, we've not even seen the full set of results.
So what are you doing? What are you doing right at the moment as a Tory
So the key thing is making sure that the public understand that we are a credible alternative to Labour, as an alternative government. Not going around promising...
The results today...
You asked me a question, please give me the courtesy of giving an answer. Look, the important thing is we need to make sure that we don't go around promising simple answers to really complex questions. That's an easy way to win votes, but it's not being honest and straight with the British public. Kemi has said again and again and again, we will not deceive the British public. We will talk the truth to them. That is what we will do, and we will hold this Labour government to account. That is our first primary task and responsibility.
Just finally, Kemi Badenoch has ruled out a deal with Reform at a national level. Is there anything that could happen today as a result of the results that come in that will make you rethink that?
I can't possibly imagine why we'd want to do a deal with the party that's number one goal is the destruction of the Conservative Party. Not create wealth and opportunities and build a future of this country based on sound Conservative principles and policies, which is our goal. They want to destroy the Conservative Party. And actually, there's an element of trust that you need in anybody that you do a deal with as well. We have had coalitions in the past with different parties, with independents, even with Greens and Lib Dems. I cannot see circumstances where that would be possible, given Reform's attitude. And also, they're not a Conservative party. They don't believe in the same principles and values as we do.
OK, well, Nigel Huddleston, co-chair of the Conservative Party, we really appreciate your time. Thanks so much for coming in. Thank you.
Cheers.
Well, meanwhile, it was a narrow victory for Labour in the race for North Tyneside Mayor. In the declaration of the night, Karen Clark took 16,230 votes. That's just 444 votes ahead of Reform's John Falkenstein in second place on 15,786. Labour's success in the west of England too, where they held the mayoralty. Helen Godwin winning with 51,197 votes. That's just under 25%. Reform's Aaron Banks was second with 45,252. And another close win for Labour in the Doncaster mayoralty. Ros Jones took 23,805 votes. Reform again a close second, just 698 votes behind, with 23,107 votes. Well, Labour Party Chair Ellie Reeves has defended the party's poor performance in Runcorn, telling Sky News that they're doing everything they can to deliver on last year's election promises.
It doesn't happen.
So why the relentless decline in your share of the vote in the polls?
People want to feel better off. They want to feel as though they've got more money in their pockets, and that is starting to happen. Pensioners getting an increase to their pension up to £470 because of our commitment to the triple lock, which the Tories have cast out.
You don't think this response sounds a little bit complacent? You're basically saying we're doing everything right. You'll realise that in.
I don't think so, because we recognise people are impatient for change. We are too. We know we need to move further and faster. It doesn't happen overnight. We're taking those tough decisions.
We'll get reaction from Mari in just a moment, but first let me bring you some breaking news coming into us from Merseyside Police. They are saying that they have charged a 14-year-old boy with attempted murder and Section 18 wounding with intent following an incident in Kirby on Wednesday in which 2 teenagers were stabbed. They say that the boy has also been charged with possession of a bladed article in a public place and has been remanded into custody to appear at Liverpool Youth Remand Court today, Friday the 2nd of May. The police also say that the 2 injured teenagers are still in hospital and are in a stable condition. They also go on in their update to say that detectives have also arrested a second suspect, a 15-year-old boy, on suspicion of attempted murder and a Section 18 wounding with intent. They say he is currently in custody, where he'll be questioned by detectives. We'll get more on that story with Matthew Thompson a little bit later on. In the meantime, though, let's return to politics, and it's been quite a night. Mari is here with me. So, Mari, where do we start? I mean, I guess the Runcorn by-election, one of the big stories of the night, but what do you make of what we've heard from the politicians from various parties so far responding to the news?
Yeah, it's been a really interesting mixed bag of responses. So you were just playing that Ellie Reeves clip earlier, weren't you? And what was really interesting is, from what we can see from Labour, they are not saying that things need to change. They're not saying, you know, we've heard you, we're listening, and therefore we're going to pivot. That's not what we're hearing from Labour. What we're hearing is the plan for change is working, stick with the plan. Give us time, bear with us, stick with the plan. And I think the difficulty is, how long can that line last when you have lost a by-election on such a tight margin? I mean, 6 votes, Anna, is extraordinary.
That's the tightest since the Second World War, I think, isn't it?
It's immense. And so you've got a situation now. Let me read you just some Labour MPs responding to that Runcorn by-election, and just so you can get a flavour of how maybe we're going to start to see a bit of disquiet from Labour benches. So Brian Leishman, he says, Runcorn shows Labour must change course. People voted for real change last July and an end to austerity. The first 10 months haven't been good enough or what the people want. And if we don't improve people's living standards, then the next government will be an extreme right-wing one. He's talking about reform. Diane Abbott, we know how long Diane Abbott's been in the Labour Party now. Labour leadership seems to think that the answer to these catastrophic election results is more of the same, including cuts to winter fuel payments. So that's just a couple now. It's not necessarily, any kind of huge disintegration of Labour, discipline, let's say, in the party, but the fact that we've already got 2 MPs coming out this morning before 9 a.m. and saying this is an almighty mess, we have got to start listening to people and we've got to change course, I think is utterly fascinating. And I think what will be really, really interesting is over the next few days or week, let's say, how much the messaging stays the same or shifts as Labour start to digest more and more of these losses, perhaps. There are still plenty of council elections to declare, so it can be, obviously the picture can change, but that Runcorn and Helsby by-election, I think will be something that might be just a little bit of a turning point or a wake-up call for the Labour Party. So the question will be, do we start to see that rhetoric start to shift?
Yeah, really interesting one to watch. Mari, thanks very much indeed. Let's turn to some other news now, and Israel's military says it's carried out an airstrike near Syria's presidential palace after warning the country's authorities over attacks on members of a minority sect living in the south. Dozens were killed in the strike, the second in as many days. Well, our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle has the latest.
Well, Israel carried out this strike very close to the presidential palace on the outskirts of Damascus last night. So, I mean, symbolically pretty significant, being in close proximity to power in Damascus, but also, according to Israel's defense minister and prime minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who released a joint statement, this was a warning to the Syrian regime not to send their forces south of Damascus and to protect the Druze community in Syria. Now, the Druze are a small, pretty secretive sort of offshoot of Islam, really, who have communities in Israel, in Lebanon, in Jordan, and in Syria, many of them living in villages close to the Israeli border. Ever since the overthrow of President Bashar al-Assad last December, Israel has promised to protect the Druze community. There's been protests this week in Israel from particularly Druze members of the Israeli Defense Forces, calling on the Israeli government to do more to protect the Druze community in Syria, because there's been clashes between the Druze, armed Islamist militants and regime forces south of Damascus in recent days, where dozens have been killed. So this was a warning shot, we're told, to the Syrian regime. We don't actually know exactly what it was that the Israelis targeted, what damage was done, whether there are any casualties at this stage. But as I say, clearly a warning shot. The fact it came very close to the presidential palace as well is pretty significant. What I should add is, in the last few hours, late last night, a deal was struck between some senior Druze leaders and regime forces in order to cooperate, and that is hoped will quell and calm the violence.
Alistair Bunkle there. Let's take a look now at what the weather's doing.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, after yesterday's record warmth, it'll be cooler today and noticeably cooler this weekend. It's mostly fine out there now, if a little chilly in the north, but there are a few showers around. Any showers across the south will fade this morning, but the blustery north of Scotland will keep a few. Expect plenty of sunshine, but clouds will build across northern parts by lunchtime. Some coastal areas of southern England and East Anglia may see misty low cloud moving in too, and it'll be cooler than recently, but still very warm in the sunny south. The afternoon looks mainly fine, but the far north will see further showers, with the odd one developing over southern England too.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
Still to come here on The Breakfast Show. Nigel Farage declares Reform UK the main opposition party as the Conservative vote collapses in Runcorn and Helsby. We'll get a view from both parties next. Hello, welcome back. A reminder of our top stories here this morning. And Reform UK have gained the constituency of Runcorn and Helsby from Labour with a majority of just 6 votes. Sarah Pochin becomes the constituency's new MP in a blow to the government. Leader Nigel Farage says there's been a seismic shift in British politics.
We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
There was more success for Reform UK as former Conservative MP Dame Andrea Jenkins won the mayoralty of Greater Lincolnshire, becoming the county's first mayor.
The lot's resting on Reform's future for anyone who gets elected, or the councils that are down the country that we will take control of. You know, it takes it from being a protest party to showing what we can do in power.
Meanwhile, Labour held on to the mayoralty in Doncaster, beating Reform UK by just 700 votes. They also clung on to North Tyneside mayoralty by 444 votes over Reform UK. And it was more clear-cut in the West of England mayoral election, where Labour beat Reform by almost 6,000 votes. Well, after it was announced that Reform had secured victory in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election, the party's leader Nigel Farage told our chief political correspondent John Craig that the result showed even traditional Labour voters have lost faith.
Whether we'd won by 6 or lost by 6, I was going to come to this count, support our candidate. And as I say, winning's obviously fantastic, but just think about the swing, think about the change. This is heartland Labour Party. Their vote has collapsed, and much of it's come to us. And that does away with the sort of media narrative that somehow it's just us versus the Conservatives. It's not. This is a whole different politics.
Why do you think you've done so well and Labour's vote, as you say, has collapsed?
Loss of confidence in the Labour Party, and no one knows what the Prime Minister really stands for. A sense that somehow in this very patriotic constituency, the Labour Party doesn't really stand for those values anymore. A sense from working people whose alarm clocks go off at 5 o'clock in the morning that they're paying ever more taxes and they wonder why. But I promise you that the fact there are 750 young men who've illegally crossed the English Channel living in this constituency alone, it's a sense of fairness and what's right and what's wrong, bordering, I would say, even on resentment. And we picked that up very strongly on the doors for people who voted Labour for all of their lives.
What's your reflection of the results across the country, mayoral elections, local government elections and so on?
Well, some near misses in mayoral contests, but in old Labour areas, North Tyneside, Doncaster, we missed out by cigarette paper on both of those. We are smashing into the Labour vote in many parts of the north. Durham tomorrow will be the acid test of how much we've hit into Labour. But Lincolnshire and Staffordshire show you that in areas the Conservatives have always run, we're making massive progress there too. So it's a phenomenal night for us.
What's your message for Sir Keir Starmer and also for Kemi Badenoch?
Kemi Badenoch, please stay. I mean, please don't resign. We want you to stay on as leader. I'll put some money in if you'd like to keep you there. No, she's got an impossible job. The Conservative Party is split. And what you'll see tomorrow, as the West Country results come in, is you'll see a stack of 2021 Conservative votes will have come to us, but also gone to the Liberal Democrats as well. The Conservatives are standing in the middle of the road in terms of their own supporters and getting hit by vehicles coming both ways. And to Sir Keir, well, just keep going. You're making life easy.
What about a pact with the Tories, as Robert Jenrick wants, and as in fact Lord Houchin as well, to keep Labour out next time?
Yeah, I bet they do. One very clear message that comes from the west of England, where Aaron Banks came a very close second, from North Tyneside, from the contest in Doncaster, the mayoral contest in Doncaster. Very clear message tonight. In much of this country, if you vote Conservative, you will get Labour. And what tonight does is it embeds us. We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
And what next for Reform UK after these elections this week?
Regroup, get ready, and prepare for the Welsh and Scottish Parliament elections next year.
You said in an interview with Beth Rigby a couple of days ago now, I think she said, what's your biggest fear, your biggest risk? And you said delivery. Why are you worried that you won't be able to deliver? Is it because some of your candidates are novices and not experienced in local government, that type of thing? Why are you so concerned? Because you've been telling us what great candidates they are.
I'm concerned because the general feeling out there, about 2/3 of the British public think Britain is broken, that it's not working. And it's almost regardless of who you vote for, either at local or national level, nothing ever changes. So we are going to, by tea time tomorrow, we'll know which county councils we're in charge of, and we will have a responsibility to make things better, to spend money more efficiently, and to deliver better services. We have to deliver.
But you might have to have some local pacts with Conservative councillors, mightn't you, to govern?
We may well have to work with local Labour councillors, for all you know. Look, this Robert Jenrick idea that somehow we're going to merge. I only do deals with people if I shake their hands, look them in the eye and trust them. After what the Conservatives did after 2019, I don't trust them. They are toast. You're witnessing the end of a party that's been around since 1832. It's disappearing.
Well, while it was a night to remember for Reform UK, it might be one that the Conservatives are keen to forget. Let's discuss the results we have so far and look ahead to the ones later on today with former Conservative Cabinet Minister Justine Greening and former Head of Press for Reform UK and advisor to Nigel Farage, Gawain Towler. A very good morning to both of you. Success in the Runcorn by-election, also in the mayoral race in Greater Lincolnshire. How are you feeling this morning? Pretty happy?
Well, obviously delighted, absolutely delighted. I mean, obviously it was, talk about one against the head. I mean, the Runcorn is the narrowest of the narrow of margins. It was hardly called it a romp or a canter, whereas in Lincolnshire, I think you can call it a canter. And it was a 40,000 votes gap between ourselves and the Tories. I think the other thing that's extremely interesting, in those ones we have lost, we weren't even on the page in the southwest, and we came second. We did no work at all in North Tyneside. It was our 6th target of the 6. We did nothing, and we missed it by 444. Again, beating the Tories into 3rd place, and in Doncaster, beating the Tories into 3rd place. At none of these mayoralties so far have the Tories beaten us, not one. And I think that's significant. So I think there's a nerve or control in Northumberland. The Tories have kept some of the rural area of Northumberland, but we've taken out the Labour from Blythe and places like that, which is quite extraordinary. Labour were supposed to be doing well in these council elections. So far, they're down 12. They were supposed to be picking up. It is something funny is going on out there, and we seem to be the recipient of that annoyance with the political establishment.
Justine Greening, what do you make of that? I mean, Runcorn, obviously the blow is to Labour, but as Gawain was pointing out there, the Tories taking plenty of hits across the country, not least in Greater Lincolnshire, whereas the Tories really that lost out to Andrea Jenkins, former Tory MP, winning the mayoral race there. What do you make of how the Tories are doing?
Well, I think yet again it tells the Conservative Party that a strategy of trying to out-reform reform is a failing strategy. Why would people vote for the Conservatives as like a mini-me version of a Nigel Farage party when actually, if they want that, they can just vote for Nigel Farage and reform.
These days it works.
And I think until the Conservatives actually decide what they want to stand for and have a clear, distinct message, rather than simply defining themselves as a slightly different, paler version of reform, I think they'll continue to head down this political cul-de-sac that it's been, frankly, heading down now for a number of years.
So you think that Kemi Badenoch has made real mistakes here? Because some would say she's a new leader, she's promising change herself and a fresh start. Are you disappointed in how she's doing things?
I think what I want to see from the party is a clear sense of purpose. What does it stand for? What has it got to say to young, aspirational people? What's it got to say to a Justine Greening growing up in Rotherham today? What's the message from the party? And I think we don't hear that sufficiently clearly. For me, it's got to be about equality of opportunity, social mobility, how people can improve their prospects. They feel like they're growing up, or they're in a version of Britain where there are different ladders of success. I live in London, I represent a Putney. There are people who live there who simply can see other people living in nice, bigger houses. They've no idea what they have to do to be in a position to be able to get that kind of lifestyle. If I was growing up now, there's no way I'd be going back to the home I was able to buy in Putney many years ago, having worked really hard and had some success in a career. The link in Britain between effort and reward has now decoupled. That's what you're seeing. At the last general election, people voted for the Labour Party under a strapline of change. What we're seeing them now do is vote for a party that's called Reform, because they don't think that Labour have delivered on their promises that they were sold just as recently back in July. People are saying they want a very different version of Britain. They want a version of Britain that is fairer when it comes to accessing opportunity. I think maybe we're seeing a version of Britain where there is no such thing as a core voter anymore. And therefore, people are willing to turn to different parties until they find a political party that delivers that better version of Britain they want.
It's interesting you use that word, deliver, because Nigel Farage, ahead of these elections, said his biggest worry was as far as delivery was concerned. Because, I mean, success for reform means responsibility, and then you do have to deliver on your promises. And do you share those concerns?
Very much so, and I was very pleased to hear a month or so ago, one being asked, we're in the process of setting up think tanks and working on this sort of, and getting things done, the policy developments and all the rest, which is absolutely required. If we have the ambition to be a party of government, we must be able to produce the policies that will help people in the way that you're describing. But I think half the time is going to be spent on how on earth do we deliver this. Currently, for example, if say, and it's mad that I can say this now, but I can, if Nigel Farage was to be Prime Minister, which is not impossible looking at the way things are going, a year ago we wouldn't have said that. But if a piece of legislation goes from the lower house up to the House of Lords, there is not a single reform member of the House of Lords. The House of Lords will block and delay and attack every single thing a new government does. It's outrageous when you think about it.
Well, maybe one of your policies will be to reform the House of Lords.
Well, there's the 1906 option.
I mean,
but how do you reform? How do you reform the House of Lords?
You get in the House of Lords if you know the right people.
How do you reform a House of Lords with a piece of legislation that has to go through the House of Lords? It may be the 1906 option. Here's 750 peers we prepared earlier. You might have to do something like that. There is going to be, I can see, a constitutional crisis coming forward because
we're leaping quite a long way ahead, though, with that.
True, but the institutional states are not prepared for the sort of radical change that people in this country seem to be voting for.
Justine Greening, you criticised the Tory party for trying to out-reform reform. What about the idea of doing some kind of deal with them, though? Kemi Badenoch has ruled out a deal on a national level, but says she's comfortable with perhaps some local arrangements in councils, if that's practical. What do you think the answer is? Is there a risk of the vote on the right being split, and would it be practical to think about some kind of pact?
I think all of these things are excuses for a Conservative Party that needs to find a sense of purpose and what it stands for. It is as simple as that. For me, it's really clear. It needs to be the policy that is the party that's delivering social mobility, equality of opportunity. Every single policy should be looked at through the lens of, does this make that more likely, particularly for people and places that are most disconnected from access to opportunity today? It's as simple as that. If you have a clear message, I think people will vote for the Conservative Party again, but we literally need to do better on the things that matter to people, both at a national and a local message level. It's not rocket science, but people will vote for parties when they feel they're going to change their lives to the better, and at the moment they don't see the Conservatives as doing that.
OK, well, I'm afraid we're out of time. We could talk all day. There'll be plenty of discussion throughout the day as more and more results come in. But Justine Greening and Gawain Taylor, we really appreciate your time. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's time for a little bit of sport. Hi, Jackie.
Good morning. Now, here's the thing. Manchester United and Spurs could end up in the Europa League final, playing each other, both needing to win to get Champions League football for next season. That could be very tense.
Exciting.
We're almost at that point. Let's have a look.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
It strikes me that it's changed an awful lot even in the last 10 or 15 years. It wasn't very long ago. We had yourself, we had Sam Allardyce, Alan Pardew, Steve McLaren, Steve Bruce, Harry Redknapp, all of you competing amongst each other in the top division. And that was a decade and a half ago. It wasn't that long ago.
No.
So that seems a heck of a change so quickly, doesn't it?
Well, you're talking about people pretty much the same sort of age as well, of course. You know, maybe that was a generation, wasn't it, you're talking of? You know, we were probably at quite an important part of our careers in that period, and after, with quite a long CV and a lot of clubs behind that we could refer to, which would suggest we can do this job. I mean, now, of course, you know, the focus is often on the younger coach, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that either. It's a young person's game, so I don't complain about that at all. But as a result, of course, when they're looking for a younger coach, these clubs, often they probably think they're going to find him abroad. The Premier League is becoming a force to itself. I mean, the amount of money, it reminds me of Italy when I was there, because Italy was a place where all the players were being attracted to and where the big money was. So there's been an enormous change. So that's where the Premier League is today. So any job that comes up in the Premier League, it's not going to be, well, here's a list of Englishmen who might be interested in the job or who might be candidates. You go out, well, who's at Bayern Munich at the moment? Who's at Barcelona? Who's at Real Madrid? Who's at PSG? Why don't we get one of those? Because you know that they can actually be attracted to the job, because the job is extremely well paid, and you're playing in a league which is, in most people's view, at least all English people's view, one of the best leagues in the world.
The Italian one is probably more tactical, defensive side. Spanish is more quality, more technique, and England is everything. It's physicality, it's strong, it's quality, it's all the best manager like Carlo Ancelotti, Pep, Klopp, the best manager in this moment in the world. They were all here in England. It's the toughest one for sure.
It is the league that everyone wants to be coach in. Pick one league, everyone will say, I want to coach in the Premier League if possible. It is extremely difficult. I think the level of coaching in the Premier League is insane from every team. If you look at the details and the tactical level, I think is extremely high.
If you look at the opposition every week that you're facing, the quality, it's huge. Also of the coaches and the managers, how they can tweak things within the game, and you have to react to it. Those levels are world class.
The Premier League has long been a home for elite managers from right across the world. But in terms of English managerial representation abroad, that's...
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Stay with us here on The Breakfast Show. We've got continuing analysis of the local election results as they come in. Don't go away.
The Premier League run-in is live on NBC and streaming on Peacock, with crucial fixtures in the race for Europe. Saturday, Arsenal look to finish strong against Bournemouth.
Expect the unexpected.
Sunday, exclusively on Peacock, Champions League hopefuls Chelsea take on the Premier League champions Liverpool. This is the Premier League run-in, live on NBC and Peacock.
Over there, to your left. There have been airstrikes every day. Hezbollah are very sensitive about us showing any pictures, and we're being hurried away right now.
It felt akin to riding into some sort of Armageddon.
Many other areas have been hit badly. There are shells coming in every few minutes. Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city, where there's a column of Russian armoury.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul. It's trying to hit us. That's it. It got us then.
There's a lot of action going on. A lot of hits. Still,
we were the first journalists and the only outsiders to reach the site of the attack several weeks after it happened.
We found from the missile. It's very difficult to see what around here could be conceived of as a legitimate military target.
Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, a boat seriously overcrowded.
This is one of the most severe viruses in the world.
Clearly not had very much to eat at all, a lot of them extremely thin and very frail.
Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Oh,
close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
A show of military might and menace. Why should the West trust you?
Frankly, I don't care whether the West trusts us or not.
Sky News. Get the full story first. Have a quick word for Sky News. Is the West right, i.e. fueling Russia's war machine? American journalist Evan Gershkovich is on trial here, but was first on display. I'm Ivor Bennett, Sky's Moscow correspondent.
So Mari is back, and let's take a breath and have a think, because lots to reflect on over the last few hours. What do you make? What are your thoughts this morning, Mari?
So I think if we start off with the Runcorn and Helsby by-election, the big news of the night, that race that was won on a knife edge, 6 votes in it, that equates to 0.02% as a majority. I mean, it's beyond wafer thin. So if we look at the numbers for a second, just to remind ourselves of how really quite extraordinary this is. So this is a 17.4 swing. Now, that doesn't mean it's the biggest swing in history or anything like that. We had a much bigger swing in the Rochdale by-election when it went to George Galloway before the 2024 general election. But what's really interesting is Labour and Reform in that by-election, they both got 38.7% of the vote share. So they both got quite a large vote share for something this size when you come to the amount of different parties that are splitting the vote. But nonetheless, Labour just pipped were just pipped to the post by Reform. The turnout was really interesting as well with this by-election, because actually it was lower than the general election turnout. General election turnout for this seat was 59%, and it was 46% in the by-election yesterday. But as by-elections go, that's actually quite a high turnout, which suggests that people really felt strongly about whoever they wanted to see win that seat. Perhaps that suggests that some of the Reform voters were really adamant they wanted a Reform candidate. Perhaps some of those Labour voters were really, really adamant they didn't want Reform, for instance. We saw a lot of the rhetoric was kind of basically, don't let Farage in. And that was some of the defence for Labour. But it's a really painful blow. Don't forget, these local elections and this by-election is the first electoral test that Keir Starmer has faced since becoming Prime Minister. It's the biggest test of his premiership when it comes to facing the electorate. And clearly, it didn't go very well. He didn't go to Runcorn and Helsby. Will Labour be regretting that now? Let me just give you a flavour of some of the Labour backbenchers who are not happy about the government's reaction. You spoke to Ellie Reeves earlier, didn't you, on the programme? She's party chairman for the Labour Party. And really the rhetoric was, you know, stick with the plan's working, bear with us, give us time. And I think Labour MPs, some Labour MPs, are not very happy about this. So, for instance, Diane Abbott says Labour leadership seems to think the answer to these catastrophic election results is more of the same, including cuts to winter fuel payments, something that we know there's been heard a lot on the doorstep about the winter fuel payment. Brian Leishman, Runcorn shows Labour must change course. People voted for real change last July. And then he goes on to talk about how if Labour don't get their act together, we're going to see reform in government. John McDonnell says, tin-eared response from Labour about these election results. The Labour supporters feel Labour, their party has turned its back on them, citing winter fuel allowance, etc. And then we've also had the Labour mayor who just won, Doncaster. She was quite critical of the winter fuel allowance cut as well, and basically said that she felt it was wrong and therefore her policies were to kind of undo some of that, and that's why she won her mayoralty. So it feels like you're getting some Labour figures starting to feel like this is an indication that they're on the wrong course. But we're not hearing that from Labour ministers on the airwaves.
Yeah, really interesting to see if that rhetoric changes at all in the weeks ahead. And also, later in the day, we may see the Tories suffer a few blows at the hands of Reform. So interesting to see how they handle that as well. Mari, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. We've got all the top stories coming up next.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war.
This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime. They don't care for that. Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away. So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
Hello, very good morning. It's 9 o'clock. Coming up on the show today, a blow to the government as Reform UK win the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. It's Friday, the 2nd of May.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Reform UK gain a new MP as Sarah Pochin is elected to Parliament, beating Labour by just 6 votes. Leader Nigel Farage makes an appearance after an early morning recount, saying there's been a seismic shift in British politics.
We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
The fight back to save the heart and soul of our great country has now begun.
Plus, more success for Reform as former Tory MP Dame Andrea Jenkins becomes the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire. Wins too for Labour, who hold mayoralties in Doncaster, the west of England and North Tyneside, albeit a close-run race in Tyneside with Reform just 444 votes behind. Also today, a teenager is charged with attempted murder after 2 people were stabbed in Kirby. And comedian Russell Brand is expected to appear in court this morning to face sexual assault charges, which he denies. Hello, very good morning. Thanks for joining us here on The Breakfast Show. Our top story here this morning, Reform UK have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election in a blow to the government. It was the first meaningful test of Sir Keir Starmer's premiership, with Labour having won the seat by a massive majority in last year's general election. Well, here are those results, which came after a dramatic early morning recount. So, Reform have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election by just 6 votes. Sarah Pochin took 12,645 votes, with Labour's Karen Shaw just behind on 12,639. Well, after that result was announced, Reform had secured victory in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. The party's leader, Nigel Farage, told our chief political correspondent, John Craig, that the result showed even traditional Labour voters have lost faith.
But just think about the swing. Think about the change. This is heartland Labour Party. Their vote has collapsed, and much of it's come to us. And that does away with the sort of media narrative that somehow it's just us versus the Conservatives. It's not. This is a whole different politics. What tonight does is it embeds us. We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
Well, another victory for Reform in Greater Lincolnshire, where they've won the mayoralty. With 9 of the 9 councils declared, Andrea Jenkins won 104,133 votes, a thumping majority of almost 40,000. The next closest candidate was the Conservative Rob Waltham on 64,585. Well, Ms Jenkins used her victory speech to criticise how the election had been run.
We're going to have a Britain where we put British people first, where we put you and your families first. We'll make sure that you are in front of the queue and you are at the heart of our policy decisions. Today, we as Reform, as we're making gains up and down the country, you will see an end to soft-touch Britain. The fight back to save the heart and soul of our great country has now begun. Now that Reform is in a place of power, we can help start rebuilding Britain. Inch by inch, Reform will reset Britain to its glorious past. We will tackle illegal migration. We've been working on policies. I say no to putting people in hotels. Tents are good enough for France. They should be good enough for here in Britain. But I take my hat off to our great leader, Nigel. Now, he has fought for decades, and he still fights for you here today. And I know one day he will make a magnificent Prime Minister.
Well, after the declaration, our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh, challenged Ms Jenkins on some of her comments.
A lot's resting on Reform's future for anyone who gets elected, all the councils that are down the country that we will take control of. You know, it takes it from being a protest party to showing what we can do in power.
You said it was a dirty campaign, but you just used your speech to smear other candidates and to bring up all of that dirty laundry. Do you think that's appropriate?
Well, I ask you, if the police was called on you for something unfounded, if you was reported to the council for something that was unfounded, wouldn't you want to speak out about it? I've always been honest. I was honest about Conservative Prime Ministers when I was a Conservative, so I will always call out bad behaviour.
But you're elected to be a representative for this county now, first mayoralship. Do you think it's appropriate for a politician to be speaking?
I think it's important to restore trust in politicians by speaking the truth. In my 9 years as an MP, I always spoke truth to power, even if it was the Prime Minister. I will continue doing that.
I mean, all the candidates left halfway through your speech. They were so disgusted by what you said. I spoke to the Tory candidate. He left when you said... He left when you said migrants should be put in tents. That's good enough for France. That should be good enough for them too. Do you think that's a divisive way of conducting politics?
I think it's what the majority and the silent majority think.
That's what you think of migrants. That's where they should.
And well, illegal migrants, people come here illegally. They should be put in tents like they do in France.
And people seeking asylum should also be put in tents.
Well, I think genuine asylum seekers, you know, like Ukraine, etc., that's a different matter.
And then you also accused one candidate of, she said you were parachuted in, and you made a comment about her South African accent. What did you mean by that?
What I meant is, how can they say I've been parachuted in when I spent most of my life in Lincolnshire, school,
Why mention the accent, sorry?
Because the irony of saying someone's been parachuted in who's not even from the country. I mean, I went to school, college, university, so I think...
So someone who's got an accent can't be from this county?
I think, actually, I'm not even going to answer any more of your questions. I think that your questioning is quite divisive. You're looking into things when it was a little play with words, it was a little joke because of the irony. Do you not understand irony?
Andrea Jenkins there, and I'll be discussing with Mari Reform's performance overnight in just a moment. In the meantime, though, I just want to bring you a little bit of breaking news coming into us from Germany. The Reuters news agency is reporting that the country's domestic intelligence agency has classified the Alternative for Germany party as an extremist entity that threatens democracy, a move that enables it to better monitor the party, which came second, of course, in February's federal election. Now, they go on to say that certain factions of the AfD, such as its youth wing, have already been classified as extremist, but the party at large was also classified as a suspected extremist case in 2021. But now the domestic intelligence agency in Germany is classifying the AfD as an extremist entity that threatens democracy. Any more on that we will bring to you, and we were discussing its implications a little bit later on. But in the meantime, let's return to domestic politics, and Mari is here with us. Just before we went to that breaking news, hearing there from Andrea Jenkins, the new mayor of Greater Lincolnshire, one of Reform's success stories, the other being winning a by-election. It's been quite a night for them.
It has. They're going to be very pleased with themselves this morning. I think there was very little doubt they would win that Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty with Andrea Jenkins, former Tory MP. And the Runcorn by-election, I mean, I've been speaking to Reform all week about this, and Labour, and they honestly, genuinely were not sure whether they could hold it. And you can see why.
So
I mean,
tight.
My goodness, 6 votes in it. You know, that's... You know, it's a friendship group almost. It's just extraordinary to see the numbers. But nonetheless, they have won fair and square. And therefore now it feels like the rhetoric from backbenchers that we've been talking about earlier on the show, and also the Doncaster Labour mayor who just got elected, seems to be turning a little bit on Keir Starmer and some of his policy agenda, specifically about the winter fuel allowance. That is something that has been cited by John McDonnell, by Brian Leishman, by Diane Abbott, by the Doncaster Mayor herself, saying that it was really the wrong move and it's time to kind of U-turn, it's time to change direction. Let me just give you a flavour of the reaction from that by-election. So I'm not going to read you the whole thing, but Labour basically said by-elections are difficult. You know, this one was made it even harder because of the circumstances. For those who don't remember, the reason we had this by-election was because the Labour MP attacked one of his own constituents and was charged and sentenced for that. And then we've got the Green Party who've come out and said this Labour government and Starmer needs to do nothing short of a complete reset. Tonight's results, not just in Runcorn, show that rather than pandering to reform, they need to address the genuine concerns of working people by taxing wealth. And then, for instance, the Conservative Party, who didn't have a dog in the race in the Runcorn by-election, if we're being honest, they've come out and said this result was a damning verdict of Keir Starmer's leadership, which has led to Labour losing a safe seat. And what they're saying is, just 10 months ago, we had this massive majority in the House of Commons, and it's beginning to disintegrate. So you've got this fallout now from this by-election, which I think is going to have quite a long tail. I think realistically, Reform are seeing that as just one step in, as far as they're concerned, proof that they can be more than a party of protest, they can be a party of government. And the Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty is also another step on that ladder, as it were. Their focus now is going to be on what else they can win throughout the day in councils that we're going to be seeing those election results come out over the day on Sky News. And then their next steps for Reform is going to be trying to do well in Wales and then trying to win the general election. That's the 5-year plan for Reform.
They have great ambition indeed, and well, certainly a good start tonight for them. And as you say, lots more results still to come in for the council elections throughout the day. Sophie Ridge is going to be picking up at 11 with a special programme on that. And Mari, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. Well, meanwhile, it was a narrow victory for Labour in the race for North Tyneside Mayor. In the declaration of the night, Karen Clark took 16,230 votes. That's just 444 votes ahead of Reform's John Falkenstein in second place on 15,786. Well, Labour's success in the west of England, where they held the mayoralty, Helen Godwin winning with 51,197 votes. That's just under 25%. And Reform's Aaron Banks was second with 45,252 votes. And another close win for Labour in the Doncaster mayoralty. Ros Jones took 23,805 votes. Reform again a close second, just 698 votes behind, with 23,107 votes. Well, Labour Party Chair Ellie Reeves has defended the party's poor performance in Runcorn. She told Sky News that Labour was doing everything they could to deliver on last year's election promises.
It doesn't happen.
So why the relentless decline in your share of the vote in the polls?
People want to feel
overnight?
better off. They want to feel as though they've got more money in their pockets, and that is starting to happen. Pensioners getting an increase to their pension up to £470 because of our commitment to the triple lock, which the Tories have cast out.
You don't think this response sounds a little bit complacent? You're basically saying we're doing everything right. You'll realise that in time.
I don't think so, because we recognise people are impatient for change. We are too. We know we need to move further and faster. It doesn't happen overnight. We're taking those tough decisions.
Well, Conservative Party co-chair Nigel Huddleston has responded to concerns that the Tories may lose the Cambridgeshire mayoral election. Yesterday, this election was considered an easy win for the party. This morning, their confidence has taken a bit of a hit.
I was campaigning with Paul, and again, he's a known personality there. He was the former MP for Peterborough. He's well-liked and well-known, and won a really, really good local campaign based on what he would do as mayor.
And you should be winning that. You should be winning that mayoralty.
The reality is, though, you know, we'll find out in just a short period of time. But I think this is important as well. You know, we have seen Reform go across the country, campaigning partly on local issues, but leaflet after leaflet after leaflet has been about immigration. It's been about stopping the boats, what they've been saying. That's nothing to do with the mayoralties and the local elections. And the point I'm making here is that the campaign was based on local issues, what we would do locally, how we'd execute things. Now, it's not up to us to dictate to people how they choose to vote. If they choose to vote on national rather than local issues, so be it. But Paul ran an excellent campaign, and I hope he'll win.
Well, let's bring in Mari again. Is it fair to say that both the main parties there feeling a little bit bruised already today?
I think that's absolutely right. I think both parties have not done as well as they could have or should have, and we'll have to see. There is still so much left to play for. But in that clip of Nigel Huddleston, he was being asked about the Cambridgeshire mayoralty, and that's because I've been hearing some whispers, and it's only whispers for now, but I've been hearing some whispers that the Conservatives are worried about that mayoralty. They were really, really hoping to win that. It was something that they, as it were, was the kind of one beacon of light they had, let's say. And if they don't win that, that will be a body blow for Kemi Badenoch. We'll have to see how it is. As I say, it's just whispers for now, but whispers sometimes do have a habit of coming true. And also, the Conservatives are in a tricky situation here. So we've only had a small amount of council elections come back, but what we've had so far is they have lost control of Northumberland Council. So that hasn't gone to anyone. It's no overall control now, but nonetheless, they've lost control of their first council so far. We are expecting them to lose control of all the councils that they are fighting today, and therefore, if they manage to hold on to none of them, if they don't win the Cambridgeshire mayoralty and a couple of others, the real risk, I would say, and danger for the Conservatives right now is that they begin to languish in the abyss of irrelevance, that they begin to be the third party, they begin to be the afterthought. Nigel Farage has said that the Reform Party is now the official opposition. Of course it's not true. The Conservative Party have a massive number of MPs in the House of Commons, and that's not changing in the next 4 years. So that's a massive over-exaggeration. But if momentum continues to shift to reform, the Conservative Party are going to have a really, really tough time trying to not just win those voters back, but also hang on to those perhaps slightly more One Nation Tory-minded voters who are starting to be attracted by the Lib Dems, for instance. The Lib Dems have been really, really tough on Donald Trump, and that seems to be paying off. And it looks like they're going to potentially be having quite a positive day and set of election results. And also, those who are uncomfortable with the prospect of any kind of deal with reform and who are uncomfortable with maybe a slight more tack to the right to try and steal some of those reform voters back, that might put off your kind of One Nation, soft Tory, Shire type voter who says, I don't like the look of this, I'm going to go to the Lib Dems where I feel that actually it's a bit more aligned with my views and the rhetoric is slightly less stark. That's a real danger. There is so many pitfalls at the moment, but I think the key takeaway is this is the beginning, well, not even the beginning, but it's the continuation of a multi-party politics in the UK now.
Yeah, really fascinating how things appear to be changing. Murray, thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Stay with us. Lots to come here on The Breakfast Show for you, including we'll have more on the breaking news that a teenager has been charged with attempted murder after 2 people were stabbed on Merseyside.
The Yazidis are a very small religious group, and in 2014, ISIS seemed to have set about their destruction.
Chilling reports describe ISIL militants rounding up families, conducting mass executions, and enslaving Yazidi women.
Some Yazidi survivors refused to be beaten by ISIS. But the suffering of the Yazidis is far from over. 10 years of darkness on Sky News.
jubilation in the streets, while some emotional.
This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party. I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Now, a 14-year-old boy has been charged with attempted murder after two teenagers were stabbed on Merseyside on Wednesday. Let's bring in Matthew Thompson, who can give us more details on this. What can you tell us, Matthew?
Well, look, this is following that awful news that we got earlier in the week that a 14-year-old girl and a 15-year-old boy were hospitalised after a suspected knife attack on Wednesday. Armed police were called to a shop in the Kirkby area of Merseyside just after 8:30 on Wednesday night. They now say that they have charged a 14-year-old boy with attempted murder and wounding with intent. The boy's also been charged with possession of a bladed article in public. He's been remanded in custody. He's going to appear later today, actually, at Liverpool Youth Remand Court.
Sorry to interrupt you, Matthew. We're going to take our viewers to Westminster Magistrates Court, where we're expecting Russell Brand to arrive. He's due to appear in court this morning on multiple sexual assault charges. The 49-year-old is facing 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of sexual assault, and 1 count of indecent assault in cases involving 4 women between 1999 and 2005. And as you can see, he has now got out of the car.
Russell, can you give me a look, Russell? Russell? Is the BBC going to protect you this time?
Mr. Brand, are you a rapist? You're a rapist, Mr. Brand?
Are you guilty or not guilty, Russell?
Was this day always going to come?
Oh my goodness!
Do you have anything to say to your accusers?
Out the way, please.
To your right, please, sir.
Russell!
To your right. To your right.
All right.
So Russell Brand there arriving at Westminster Magistrates Court, very slowly making his way through the crowds of people there, and apologies for the swearing you may have heard from some in the crowd there. We also heard shouts of innocent as he arrived. These are the pictures once again for you as he walked from the car into the court. He denies the allegations against him, but he's there facing 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of sexual assault and 1 count of indecent assault in cases involving 4 women between 1999 and 2005. So Comedian Russell Brand appearing there at Westminster Magistrates Court, greeted by a huge crowd of photographers as well as other onlookers, and being forced to move very, very slowly to make his way towards the court. And we'll get all the latest from our correspondent Katie Spencer on that a little bit later on. In the meantime, Israel's military says it's carried out an airstrike near Syria's presidential palace after warning the country's authorities over attacks on members of a minority sect living in the south. Dozens were killed in the strike, the second in as many days. Our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle has the latest.
Well, Israel carried out this strike very close to the presidential palace on the outskirts of Damascus last night. So, I mean, symbolically pretty significant, being in close proximity to power in Damascus, but also, according to Israel's defense minister and prime minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who released a joint statement, this was a warning to the Syrian regime not to send their forces south of Damascus and to protect the Druze community in Syria. Now, the Druze are a small, pretty secretive sort of offshoot of Islam, really, who have communities in Israel, in Lebanon, in Jordan and in Syria, many of them living in villages close to the Israeli border. Ever since the overthrow of President Bashar al-Assad last December, Israel has promised to protect the Druze community. There's been protests this week in Israel from particularly Druze members of the Israeli Defense Forces, calling on the Israeli government to do more to protect the Druze community in Syria, because there's been clashes between the Druze, armed Islamist militants and regime forces south of Damascus in recent days, where dozens have been killed. So this was a warning shot, we're told, to the Syrian regime. We don't actually know exactly what it was that the Israelis targeted, what damage was done, whether there are any casualties at this stage. But as I say, clearly a warning shot. The fact it came very close to the presidential palace as well it is pretty significant. What I should add is, in the last few hours, late last night, a deal was struck between some senior Druze leaders and regime forces in order to cooperate, and that is hoped will quell and calm the violence.
Let's take a quick look at today's weather now.
Breathtaking views with clear skies ahead. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, after yesterday's record warmth, it'll be cooler today and noticeably cooler this weekend. It's mostly fine out there now, if a little bit chilly in the north, but there are a few showers around. Any showers across the south will fade this morning, but the blustery north of Scotland will keep a few. Expect plenty of sunshine, but cloud will build across northern parts by lunchtime. Some coastal areas of southern England and East Anglia may see misty low cloud moving in too, and it'll be cooler than recently, but very warm in the sunny south.
Breathtaking views with clear skies ahead. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
Do stay with us. Lots coming up for you here on The Breakfast Show, including the collapse of the Conservatives, losses for Labour and the rise of Reform. We'll have analysis from overnight's election results. Welcome back. Let's update you on our top stories here this morning now. And Reform UK have gained the constituency of Runcorn and Helsby from Labour with a majority of just 6 votes. Sarah Pochin becomes the constituency's new MP in a blow to the government. Leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage, says there's been a seismic shift in British politics.
We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
Well, there was more success for Reform UK as former Conservative MP Dame Andrea Jenkins won the mayoralty of Greater Lincolnshire, becoming the county's first mayor.
A lot's resting on Reform's future for anyone who gets elected, all the councils that are down the country that we will take control of. You know, it takes it from being a protest party to showing what we can do in power.
Meanwhile, Labour held on to the mayoralty in Doncaster, beating Reform UK by just 700 votes. They also clung on to North Tyneside mayoralty by 444 votes over Reform UK. And in other news, comedian Russell Brand has arrived at Westminster Magistrates Court to face multiple sexual assault charges. The 49-year-old is facing 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of sexual assault and 1 count of indecent assault in cases involving 4 women between 1999 and 2005. He denies the allegations. And Germany's far-right AfD party has been classified by the country's domestic intelligence agency as extremist. The party came second in February's general election. Certain factions, including the Youth Wing, has already been classified in this way. So let's get more reaction now to this morning's election results. The results so far, plenty more to come through the day, of course. Yes, hi there. A Conservative peer and pollster, Lord Hayward, joins me, as you can see. Good to see you. First of all, what do you make of it so far?
Well, it's been a really good night for Reform. Obviously, they just missed 1 or 2 mayoralties, but the headline is clearly the gain of the Runcorn by-election. And they've done remarkably well in many of the counties which have counted overnight. So it's a bad night for the Conservatives and for the Labour Party.
Well, that's right. A real blow for Labour in Runcorn and Helsby, and missing out by just 6 votes. Their candidate, the Reform UK candidate, won by just that amount. Just to let you know, sorry to interrupt myself, but we're seeing the Prime Minister here. As you can see, at the moment, he's visiting a defence contractor in Bedfordshire, I'm told. During the visit, the Prime Minister is expected to hold a Q&A session with workers and conduct an interview with broadcasters as well. So we'll bring those to you when they happen. But just to flag up where the Prime Minister is today. And he's going to be feeling a bit bruised there, isn't he, losing out in Runcorn?
He is, and I would be astonished if the media don't ask him a lot of questions, even though he's at a serious location, a defence contractor. There will be a lot of questions about what's happened overnight and what he's going to do over the next few days.
Exactly. Not many questions about defence, I suspect.
Probably
There'll
not.
be a lot about these results. But as you say, lots of questions for the Tories as well, and perhaps more for them to worry about later in the day as well. They're defending 8 councils, aren't they, through the day today, and they may well lose quite a few seats to Reform then.
I forecast before the results several days ago that the Conservatives would lose over half the seats they were defending. It looks as if they're well on course to that, and it may be somewhat slightly worse, somewhat worse. So, and the most galling thing for the Conservatives will probably be that the victor in Runcorn and the victor in Lincolnshire mayoralty were both former Conservatives at one level or another. So, yes, they've got the difficult results, more difficult results to come on, but they'll be hoping that in the case of Cambridgeshire, they do win the mayoralty there.
It's looking close, though, isn't it?
Oh, we've had 3 council results where the results have been declared by 1 vote. We have a parliamentary by-election with a majority of 6. There's close results all over the country, and when you're into 5-party politics in England, which you now are, you are inevitably going to get a string of close results at all sorts of different levels.
You are very plugged into what the Conservatives are doing. You're a Tory peer after all. What's the mood?
Well, there was a fatalistic mood actually not just in the Conservative side, but on the Labour side as well. When I was in Parliament yesterday, there was a case of we don't know what to expect because of the unpredictability and the small margins which seats may be won or lost on. It clearly is not going to help either major party's mood when actually between them they probably can't muster 50% of the overall votes that have been cast.
And is this the way of the future, in your view? I mean, local elections aren't general elections. People vote differently. Sometimes they do just vote on local issues. Sometimes they're influenced by the national picture as well. But do you think this is the beginning of a big march by reform?
There was a film by Robert Redford many years ago called The Candidate, and he fought the campaign, and it follows him through the campaign, and then at the end of the film, he says he's won, and he asks the words, what next? Power, influence, control, which Reform are clearly going to have, is the issue that Robert Redford was addressing in that film. And politics may be a very different place in 6 months when people who've been elected, who have no experience of administering large authorities, are suddenly confronted by the realities of that power, that control.
So pressure on them to deliver, but obviously parties like the Conservatives and Labour can't rely on Reform messing up, can they? How do they respond?
They have to look at the messaging, talk to the local grassroots in both parties' cases, and see what they should do. They may decide that actually they will progress on the course they're on, and I heard both parties say much that this morning, but they may also decide that they want to develop more policies or change tack in one direction or another.
One direction or another. What direction, though? Do the Tories try to adopt the Reform point of view, or do they try to single themselves out and move to the left a bit?
I think that's the problem for the Tories, because it's not only Reform. They've got Liberal Democrats and Greens, and the Liberal Democrats are expecting a good day in their areas. So there'll be pressures in both directions. I think the first pressure for the Conservatives will be to come up with more clear policies.
Do you think that Kemi Badenoch has made a mistake not rolling out more policies soon?
No, it's difficult if you have a damaged brand, and there's no question that July the 4th last year was saying, we don't want anybody else, but we certainly don't want to keep the Conservatives. So you have to take time, you have to breathe, look at the position and go from there. And that's true not just in politics, but in business.
But will the Tories be disappointed that they're not being able to present Kemi Badenoch as a candidate for change, that she's different from what went before somehow? And would you have expected a little bit of a bounce for the Tories?
No, I wouldn't. I was absolutely clear from day one that the Conservatives were going to lose a lot of seats because they were defending so many from 2021. And as I say, turning a supertanker around takes a long time, and you don't do that in a few weeks, because if you try to do that, the electorate is incredibly sceptical, and they just turn around and say, well, why didn't you do it before July the 4th if it was all so easy? So no, it's going to take time for the Conservatives.
Well, and we're in a new era, potentially, of five-party politics. I'm sure we'll be talking about that with you again at a future date. But Lord Hayward, we really appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
What was no doubt a long night for you, as well as everyone else. Thanks very much. Let's bring you more now on the breaking news that we've had this hour, that Germany's domestic intelligence agency has classified the far-right AfD party as an extremist entity. Let's get more on it with our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins. And Siobhan, this is, of course, the party that came second in the general election just a few months ago. So how significant is this ruling?
Well, this is significant for the AfD. As you say, this is a far-right party which came second in the general election and has been moving up the polls for the last few years. But actually, it was already being investigated as suspected of far-right extremism. Today, Germany's domestic intelligence service, so essentially their MI5, has put out its report saying that it now says that the party is a party of far-right extremists. And the reason they say that is because of language and actions to do with what they claim excludes certain parts of society. So in its report, it said specifically the AfD considers, for example, German citizens with a migration background from predominantly Muslim countries as not equal members of ethnically defined German people as understood by the party. Now, there's already been reaction to this, the Interior Minister welcoming this report and underlining that this was a politically independent report, so it wasn't influenced by the main parties. And that is something that the AfD always say. Whenever I've said to them, are you extremists? You know, are you a danger to democracy? They always say that these are politically charged, motivated allegations, so they always deny them. What does this mean in reality? Well, it doesn't mean an outright ban for the party. The Domestic Intelligence Agency don't have the power to do that. That would be something that had to be decided through government channels and through votes. But of course, this ruling could empower those within the Bundestag, the German parliament, or the Bundesrat, to start taking those moves. It does mean that domestic intelligence services have more powers to monitor and carry out surveillance on members of the AfD. We're waiting for a response to the AfD. This is going to be a blow, though. One of their leaders has always denied that they're extremist. Alice Weidel has said, for example, that they're just strong conservatives, denying that they're far right even. What does it mean for voters? Well, to be honest, they've been accused of being extremists for a long time now. And when I went to the heartlands, places like Thuringia, where they are already classified as extreme groups, that didn't put voters off. So the reality is, I don't think for their hardcore supporters this is going to have an impact, but it is a blow for the party.
OK, Siobhan, thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Now then, Jackie is here, and quite a night of football.
It was a really good night of football for the English clubs in Europe. But, I mean, picture this. It's the Europa League final. You've got Spurs on one side, Manchester United on the other, both desperate to win so they can get Champions League football and rescue something from their seasons, which, let's be honest, have been disappointing, really disappointing for both. But we could have that scenario.
Yeah.
We're almost there because of what happened last night. It's quite interesting, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ooh, what could possibly happen in that final?
And both of them with so much to gain and so
much to lose. Yeah, absolutely. But loads of goals last night. And some of those goals on an artificial pitch as well. Who knew? Let's have a look.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
It strikes me that it's changed an awful lot even in the last 10 or 15 years. It wasn't very long ago we had yourself, we had Sam Allardyce, Alan Pardew, Steve McLaren, Steve Bruce, Harry Redknapp, all of you competing amongst each other in the top division. And that was a decade and a half ago. It wasn't that long ago.
No.
So that seemed a heck of a change so quickly, doesn't it?
Well, you're talking about people pretty much the same sort of age as well, of course. You know, maybe that was a generation, wasn't it, you're talking of? You know, we were probably at quite an important part of our careers in that period, and after, with quite a long CV and a lot of clubs behind that we can refer to, which would suggest we can do this job. I mean, now, of course, you know, the focus is often on the younger coach, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that either. It's a young person's game, so I don't complain about that at all. But as a result, of course, when they're looking for a younger coach, these clubs, often they probably think they're going to find him abroad. The Premier League is becoming a force to itself. I mean, the amount of money, it reminds me of Italy when I was there, because Italy was a place where all the players were being attracted to and where the big money was. So there's been an enormous change. So that's where the Premier League is today. So any job that comes up in the Premier League, it's not going to be, well, here's a list of Englishmen who might be interested in the job or who might be candidates. You go out, well, who's at Bayern Munich at the moment? Who's at Barcelona? Who's at Real Madrid? Who's at PSG? Why don't we get one of those? Because you know that they can actually be attracted to the job, because the job is extremely well paid, and you're playing in a league which is, in most people's view, at least all English people's view, one of the best leagues in the world.
The Italian one is probably more tactical, defensive side. Spanish is more quality, more technique, and England is everything. It's physicality, it's strong, it's quality, it's all the best manager like Carlo Ancelotti, Pep, Klopp, the best manager in this moment in the world. They were all here in England. It's the toughest one for sure.
It is the league that everyone wants to be coach in. Pick one league, everyone will say, I want to
coach in the Premier League, if possible. It is extremely difficult. I think the level of coaching in the Premier League is insane from every team. If you look at the details and the tactical level, I think is extremely high.
If you look at the opposition every week that you're facing, the quality, it's huge. Also of the coaches and the managers, how they can tweak things within the game, and you have to react to it. Those levels are world class.
The Premier League has long been a home for elite managers from right across the world. But in terms of English managerial representation abroad, that's still very poor. Just look at the number of games managed in the Champions League since 1992 across Europe. And not one of those coaches has managed over 5 knockout games.
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Still to come here on The Breakfast Show, we'll have continuing analysis of those local election results as they come in. Don't go away.
The Premier League run-in is live on NBC and streaming on Peacock, with crucial fixtures in the race for Europe. Saturday, Arsenal look to finish strong against Bournemouth.
Expect the unexpected.
Sunday, exclusively on Peacock, Champions League hopefuls Chelsea take on the Premier League champions Liverpool. This is the Premier League run-in, live on NBC and Peacock.
Over there, to your left. There have been airstrikes every day. Hezbollah are very sensitive about us showing any pictures, and we're being hurried away right now.
It felt akin to riding into some sort of Armageddon.
Many other areas have been hit badly. There are shells coming in every few minutes. Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city, where there's a column of Russian armoury. I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
It's trying to hit us. That's it. It got us then.
There's a lot of action going on. A lot of hits. Still, we were the first journalists and the only outsiders to reach the site of the attack several weeks after it happened.
We found from the missile.
It's very difficult to see what around here could be conceived of as a legitimate military target.
Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, boat seriously overcrowded.
This is one of the most severe viruses in the world. Clearly not had very much to eat at all. A lot of them extremely thin and very frail. Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Oh! Getting up close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war.
This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime. They don't care for that. Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away. So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
This is the game changer seat. Look, it even comes with binoculars.
So already an extraordinary morning of local election results, and there's plenty more to come. Lots of the council haven't even started counting yet. And Murray is here to reflect on what we've seen so far. I mean, the big story of the day appears to be the rise of Reform.
Yes, exactly that. Reform have done very, very well so far. Nonetheless, there are things that they would have liked to have won, some mayoralties they didn't win that they, would have been hoping for instance. I think Labour will be relieved. They've hung on to Doncaster mayoralty, North Tyneside mayoralty, and also the West of England mayoralty. So still some positives for the Labour Party. But the Reform Party really have done incredibly well, especially in that incredibly tight by-election in Runcorn and Helsby. I mean, just 6 votes in it is absolutely extraordinary. And I think the difficulty for Labour now is, to an extent, how it sells this to its councillors, to its MPs, that actually, stick with the plan is working. That's the kind of rhetoric we've been hearing so far from ministers on the programme, haven't we, Anna? And the difficulty is it's already starting to ruffle a few feathers. Now, let me just give you a flavour. Some Labour backbenchers are furious. We've already talked about Diane Abbott, John McDonnell, Brian Leishman, but there's some more. So Kim Johnson. These are all considered to be very left-wing of the party, so it's not a surprise that they would talk out against the government. But there still seems to be this kind of wave of anger coming up already before 10 a.m. So Kim Johnson, another left-wing Labour MP, Runcorn is a warning we can't ignore. Voters want change, and if we don't offer it with bold, hopeful policies that rebuild trust, the far right will. If we don't step up now, the alternative won't be more of the same. It will be an extreme right-wing government. And we're hearing the same line coming out from all of these Labour MPs, which is they are very, very worried and blaming the winter fuel allowance cut and cut to disability benefits. They feel that Labour has lost its way and that Labour voters are not convinced anymore.
So begs the question is, will Labour change tack at all? And the Tories who are also feeling it from Reform, are they going to do anything differently themselves?
Exactly. So far we're not hearing anything coming from Labour that they're going to change course and they're going to listen to these results and therefore think to themselves, OK, we're going to have to tweak some things. But simultaneously, things don't look good for the Tories. And the real danger for the Tories is that they become irrelevant, more so than, they're, in the headlines for bad policies, if people just don't care about them. That's really dangerous for Kemi Badenoch and the Conservatives. Let's keep an eye on the Cambridgeshire mayoralty, because there's whispers that they are worried they won't win that. And if they don't win that, that was the only glimmer of hope they were supposed to have left in these local elections to an extent.
And now that we have 5 parties to talk about, we haven't got enough time to talk about all of them. Liberal Democrats also hopeful, aren't they? And the Greens want to pick up a few too. So it's going to be a really interesting day.
Both of them should do relatively well.
Exactly. Mari, thanks very much indeed. Sophie Richards, the special programme from 11 o'clock, where she will cover all the rest of the results as they come in. But right now, have we got time for weather? Yeah, we have. Let's do some weather.
The perfect climate, wherever the destination. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, after yesterday's record warmth, it's going to be cooler today and noticeably cooler this weekend. It's mostly fine out there now, if a little bit chilly in the north, but there are a few showers around. Any showers across the south will fade this morning, but the blustery north of Scotland will keep a few. Expect plenty of sunshine, but cloud will build across northern parts by lunchtime. Some coastal areas of southern England and East Anglia may see some misty low cloud moving in as well. And it'll be cooler than recently, but still very warm in the sunny south.
The perfect climate, whatever the forecast. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Sam Washington's up next with all the very latest, and Sophie Ridge with a special election results programme.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional.
This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
you.